going to be my first time playing Wartales. Wartales, to my understanding, is a turn-based tactical game. That it is medieval time kind of stuff, where you're going to go in there and, you know, swords, shields, bows and arrows, that kind of stuff. So it's not going to be like your XCOM, where you're going to be like the Overwatch with the sniping or whatever. It's going to be a lot more in person and all stuff. Yeah, it's turn-based battles. Yep. So with that said, one thing I do like to do every single time we play a game for the first time is I do like to quickly take a quick pop in to see what type of accessibility settings, because we do advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions here. So just to keep in mind, even if there are accessibility features not present in the settings, isn't necessarily bad. Some games can be designed not to need it. We already got text size we can change, so there's a good one there. Camera shake, we could turn on and off, which I appreciate because that causes people motion sickness. Being able to turn off the border scrolling is a big one. That could cause motion sickness as well. So those are all solid. Not a lot to say here. These are just basically your typical settings. I'm not seeing any motion blur or anything like that. Shortcuts or all that kind of stuff. Did it detect... Okay, so it has not detected that I'm not using a QWERTY keyboard. That's fine. That's honestly pretty typical. We've got interface scaling, colorblind mode, and a whole bunch of stuff. Yep, so we got a lot of good stuff there. So with that said, I am new to the game, so I am going to be playing just from wherever it starts out. I don't have like all the DLC to check out and all that stuff. I'm just double checking all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's all fine. But some of the big things we got going on is right now the new DLC has dropped and is 25% off until the 27th. And the base game is 60% off for that same duration of time. So for people wanting to jump into the game for the first time, it is on a very good sale. The DLC is kind of like in a relatively early sale. This game has had over 1 million copies sold, over 30,000 reviews, and has an 88% score on Steam. So it is a very, very well-liked game. And that's just kind of some data around it. Now, for the rest of it, we have to play the game for me to know about these things. So we're going to definitely check that out. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and choose New Game. And we get to choose our destiny. Okay. So your companions are, let's see, an apprentice, friends looking for adventure. So we'll have 30 influence, -5 raw materials. And we will start with an archer, a brute, a ranger, and a swordsman. We are men escorting merchants who lost their employer. We're going to start with 150 money. We're going to have -2 medicine, and we'll start with a swordsman, a warrior, a spearman, and a brute. We are deserters fleeing an abusive captain. So we'll start with extra raw materials, but we also will have a higher suspicion. Swordsman, warrior, archer, ranger. We are young farmers looking for a better life. We will have lower happiness, but more bread. We'll have a brute spearman, or we'll have 2 spearmen and an archer. Bandits looking to escape the guard. Where we will start with braised chicken and cloth that are marked as stolen. We'll have 2 rangers, an archer, and a brute. And then there's a whole bunch of these. And these ones look like they're all locked behind progression. That I have to like unlock the tavern, unlock the other stuff. So I do appreciate when games have this. They're like, hey, here's this challenge mode. You just gotta get over this fence, or like here's some like, not necessarily a challenge, but here's like some weird mode or whatever. So of these, obviously I have no basic understanding of the game mechanics yet, which is fine. But it seems like the apprentice friends looking for adventure is kind of your default settings. I'm leaning towards either the young farmers looking for a better life. I imagine suspicion is probably pretty rough, which it is curious to me that these ones have suspicion, whereas bandits who are, you know, legitimate criminals, or genuine criminals, not legitimate, genuine criminals, would not come with suspicion, but I also don't know how these mechanics work. Because straight up money, influence, yeah, you can't sell happiness, you can only buy happiness. So, yeah, Young farmers looking for a better life. And I'm assuming with the 1, 2, 3, then we'll choose like some background or something else, and then some modifier or something like that. Your companions are used to long walks, reduces the speed in which troops accumulate fatigue, are cunning fighters, experience gained in combat is increased, influence gained in combat is increased, are incredibly resilient, higher constitution, which I assume is like their ability to endure a whole bunch of stuff, are excellent at slap games, more critical damage, enjoying being one with nature. Okay. So my bonuses are, we can march farther without problems, we get more from fighting, we endure better, we do more crit damage. That's not the one I'm going to choose, because I don't, like, crit damage, if it's dependable, can be extremely good. If it's very fluky, can be pretty worthless. Now, interestingly enough, with our starting negative happiness, this would mean if we slept in the forest, we would negate that penalty, because it'd be -2 happiness for being the farming start, plus the 2 happiness for that. I'm leaning towards that one, because we don't know the game mechanics. Alright. If they had a flaw... Oh, I love this. If they had a flaw, it would be, they are somewhat meek in appearance, each companion's carrying capacity is decreased by 1, eternal dissatisfaction, reduces the troops' happiness by 1 during each rest. That sounds terrible. So every time we rest, we get mad, or sad, or whatever the opposite of happiness would be in this game. Uncommon bout of bad luck, critical hit chance is reduced by 3%. Again, I don't have a baseline for what our base chance is. I imagine it's something like 10% or 5%, which -3 would be horrific. You know, but jokingly, if it's like 50%, it'd be like 3%, just get it out of here, that's fine. Very hard at getting up. Danger during rest is increased, so the assumption is we'd be attacked and we would sleep until it's bad. XP gains reduced by 5%. These are all terrible, which is the point. I'm gonna go with the critical hit penalty. I don't like depending on critical hits in most games. There are games you can get critical hits reliable enough that it can be really good. Okay, exploration mode. Adaptive exploration. The difficulty of all regions adapts dynamically to your group's size and your group's power. The game will always offer a challenge suited to your troop. Region-locked exploration. Each region of the world has its set difficulty from the start. You will have to expand and improve your troop before you can explore more dangerous areas and fight more powerful foes. So, the pros and the cons here. Adaptive means I don't really have a reason to travel from a difficulty perspective, so just staying home is fine. I'm sure there'll be reasons like resources and trade and stuff like that, or quests or whatnot. But like, it kind of malaises the entire map to being kind of the same in combat. Maybe the units change, but like, you won't be able to go, I want to take on something more or less challenging. It's just going to do that to you. Where region locked, the downside is you kind of have areas you have no reason to go back to. Like, once I've gone to an area and I'm now out-leveled, too strong, whatever you want to use, that area becomes kind of a unimportant part of the map. And just the same, I'm also trapped out of parts of the map. And I didn't see it default to either of these, so I don't know what their intended default behavior is. I'm leaning towards adaptive, just because I'm a little bit worried with the exploration mode on region locked. Depending on the scale of the map, I would find to have engaging gameplay, I might be trapped to a smaller segment of the map. And I don't have the idea. The map could be giant and this is a non-issue. But I don't know. Yeah, no, I got you, Luxray, but the idea is, think about it like this way. Let's say the level cap is 20. These enemies would be level 20. These level enemies would be level, like, less than 5. Once they hit level 10, this area, I could just kick over the enemies, but it's not interesting. That will be too hard, so I'll have to like go here to the level appropriate enemies and then work my way around. But as I finish a region, so far as like out leveling it, there's not a reason for me to go back unless, I mean, they implied by the size of your group, I don't know if your guys can die permanently. They probably can. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I think I'm gonna go with adaptive though. I think I'm gonna go with adaptive. All right. So, starting region. I don't get to choose. We'll be going to Tiltran Country, independent state. So we have our difficulties. I do find it interesting that this isn't defaulting to anything. I don't think that's necessarily bad, but usually my go-to when I'm playing a game for the first time is say like it defaulted on experienced, I would leave it there. But because it doesn't default, I'm not sure where their intended baseline is. You want easier combat experience, you can change the difficulty, well that's good news. So if I go in here and I'm at experience and it's kicking the crap out of me, I can tweak as I learn the game, or if I'm kicking the crap out of it, we can bump it up. I feel like experience might be the good place to put it. So let's see. You want easier combat experience, you can change the difficulty. I assume it's going to be a raw numbers change there. Tactical battles are let's see, tactical battles. So does that imply there's not tactical battles in Novice? And the possibility of losing companions do not scare you. So you can have permadeath, whereas the implication is Novice doesn't. Expert, one mistake, you're dead. I don't think that's what we're looking for doing a new game. Extreme. You're ready to walk straight into hell. Death is immediate, retreats come at greater penalty, companions who flee are lost, enemy groups are faster, disengagement comes at greater penalty. Basically, this is if you want to be miserable. I understand. Survival difficulty. Manage difficulty is tailored to be flexible and unintrusive. You will need to manage your companion's hunger, fatigue, and wages daily. Surviving and saving money will be a painful endeavor. You will have to survive merciless conditions. Happiness declines more quickly. Prison sentences are final and irrevocable. Certain professions are dangerous. Oh, so like hunting, you could just get gored going hunting and that'd just be the end of it. Merchants restock slowly. Overall difficulties at maximum. Yeah, this sounds terrible. And then we have save mode. Limited. Only one save per game, but you can go back. Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to say hi.
I hope you had a good day at work.
I did. Thank you for putting the... Hi, Luxray! Thank you for putting the charcuterie on my desk.
No problem.
I love you.
I love you too.
You're a sweet husband.
You're a sweet wife.
Is this your SpawnCon?
Yes.
Ooh. Well, thank you very much, whatever this game is, for sponsoring us. And I'm sure it's an excellent game.
How does this sound for
Hi,
difficulty?
Sympathy.
You're readily walking straight into hell. Death is immediate.
Luxray says I have to give you a good loving bonk.
Okay.
Bonk.
That was violence.
Oh no, they're gonna call the cops on me.
We'll need to talk to the court.
Oh no.
Let's see. Only one save per game, but you can go back at any time to certain checkpoints, like last village you visited, the beginning of a battle. Okay. All right, can do Skillet. Thanks for the heads up. I couldn't remember what the situation is, but yeah. Thanks for the loop, and I'll check it out after stream. Appreciate it. So basically we have one save, but like we can go back to areas and all that. So there's like a an auto save or whatever. There's free, where we can just save and revert anytime. And then there's Iron Men. One save, one chance, you cannot go back. Any game over is irreversible. This is the most demanding game mode. So realistically, long-term playing a game like this, I would eventually likely get over to Iron Man mode. I think we're gonna do limited to begin with. It feels like limited is kind of the halfway from like, okay, you've got some limitations on your save, but also, it's not permadeath or whatever. Now again, this is the kind of game I might eventually work my way over to Iron Man mode, but very first time playing, probably not the move, because I'll be learning basic mechanics and probably dying in really dumb ways because I just don't know any better. Save name. On stream. We'll start with that. One also to make sure. Okay. So, we've got our different people here. So we can customize our people. I'm probably not going to worry about the names right now, Luxray, because we're only looking at doing this for at least guaranteeing a couple of hours. We also have the death on and all that. It wasn't for the sponsored segment, I'd probably go and do all that. I just don't want to get caught up spending 20 minutes dealing with names, because that feels like that would not be... That would not be kind of... being kind of respectful. Like, the sponsor wouldn't be, like, good for them. Alright. So I'm not seeing... So we can change up some of our stuff. So we have... So this is just aesthetics. We have a name here. Fair enough. So we have our starting weapons. So we've got a ram, which deals damage to all units in the area. Damage is increased by 50% against enemies that still have armor. So it's a solid, I want to slap some armor. We've got a pound, which deals 2 to 3 damage to a target, and is increased if we had an armored target. So 3 damage to all targets in range. It feels like the ram's just the better weapon by what I'm seeing. Ah, it's the starting weapon's ability. Yeah, it feels like the ram is just better. Then we got our utility. We've got the taunt, which forces an enemy to engage, weakening them, which reduces their damage by 50%. We have wrath, deals 2 to 3 damage to a target if they have less than 50% health left, and gives fatal blow. This unit gains fury. So if we kill the enemy by yelling at them, my next attack is 50% more damage. We have first aid. Heals a dying ally for 10% of their maximum health. Removes poison, bleeding, and burning. All stacks up. Cannot be used if the unit is engaged in combat. So I think you're going to go in there and have Wrath. So we've got traits. So Bloodthirsty gives us more crit. Brawny gives us more constitution. Strength gives us, or strong gives us strength. Nimble gives us dexterity. Hardworking gives us more professional experience. Clever earns just more experience broadly. Quick extra movement. Wages, or volunteer reduces their wage. Guard gives, or thick skin gives better guard, which I'm assuming is their defense. I'm just gonna leave it at random because all of those are positive. Ah, I can add another positive, but then a negative comes with it, where you can require more food, you'll steal wages, you learn XP, you move slower, you're weaker, you have lower crit chance, lower capacity. Oh, that's a lot of lower capacity. Lower wisp power. Must consume alcohol with every meal, stay happy. Alright, so I feel like you can do some min-maxy stuff there, but I don't think we want to mess with that. So you've got you. So you, on the other hand, have Impale. So you can basically... Okay, so Impale means I could shove the enemy back, and I get bonus damage if they're a little bit farther away. And I cannot change that. And then the utility... Oh wait, the utility's not the same. Run. Disengages and moves in a straight line up to 5 meters between units. Okay, good enough for me for right now. And you've got first aid. I want at least one person with first aid. And what do you get? So you get shot. Okay. Ah, so where they're saying engaged in combat, I can use the Warhammer 40k terms, which is assault. Which is basically, when you get into melee, you're trapped in melee. And then there's a disengagement, but like a lot of these games, if you disengage from melee to try and break away, either the enemy gets a free hit. How many DLC does this game have? I know it's got a couple. I don't know how many off the top of my head. So we can gain deftness. Range of next attack is double in precision enhanced. Okay, so this basically means I skip a turn. Oh no, it's instant, so I don't skip a turn. Basically, I can use this to give myself a much better chance. We can have you run away if you get engaged. First aid. We'll do deafness. And those are all the same. Alright. So pretty much, I don't have anyone who's a tank. Yeah, no, RimWorld has the same thing where you get, like, because the slowing effect is hard to get away. You don't have, like, a tank or whatever. Alright. You can damage enemies by kicking them. Or rushing them, I guess. Those are kind of same things. I think that's going to be good enough for us. And I'm assuming there's a story to the game, like there's a narrative to it that we'll end up playing through and whatnot. You know what that is? I'm actually sitting here thinking it's like, you know, we're farms and we got pokey sticks and all that, and you see this guy just sitting up there with this giant two-hander. Yeah, it's Meliel. You like Battletech, Mountain Blade? Probably like this too. Gotcha. At the beginning, the fresh scent of the morning breeze, filled with the delicate tang of nearby stables. That's one way to describe nearby stables. Tang I could see being an appropriate thing, but like being like, I smell manure. A good old-fashioned tavern brawl where the furnishings make for the perfect weapon. Born and raised in the countryside, your companions know the value of simpler things of life. But to make it in this world, one must take risks, to go far afield in search of fame and fortune. Just be careful to not lose what you value most along your way. That is to say, your shoes. Alright. So, I'm not sure what you're expecting Code to do. Alright, so we're going to be kind of forced into a fight. Is there a code if you buy? Oh no, so I'm not getting like kickbacks or whatever. If you click on the link at the top, it'll take you to the Steam page and let the devs know you found the game through here. Okay, so we got our first fight. It's going to be a Hoodlum and a Poacher level 1. Yeah, if you click at the link at the top, it'll just kick you over to the Steam page and it lets the devs know that you got the game through here. You see Sparkles on the map? I saw them after we got aggressed. When your turn comes, you may play any unit that hasn't used a move yet that round. You can find out which enemy will then come into play. Prepare your strategy. Okay. So, kill an enemy units to raise morale. Turns become galvanized, increasing their damage. You win the battle when your opponents are overwhelmed or try to flee. There are 2 number of enemy units. Alright, so I think the first thing is... I see, so you don't have as much range as I thought you were. So we have health, we have armor. And usually with these things... Okay, so it looks like we hit the armor first before any damage is done to health. And I don't see there being, like, a guard skill. So, oh, here we go. It's down here as the turn base. You can use any unit who has not gone this round. We could use any unit who has not gone this round. The Poacher will take their turn, then we get 2, and then the Hoodlum will take their turn. So you can probably kill the heck out of the Hoodlum before the hoodlum gets a chance to do much about it. So you're done for the moment. Okay, I'm assuming that because our back is facing, we take extra damage. I was hoping I could go over a little bit and turn around. Wait, you can knock me back with your arrows? That's a little rough. What's your range? So your range is like right on top of it. So let's see if there's a flanking mechanic in the game. So let's run to your side and give you a thwack. I see, so... Okay, so I understand. Alright, so if you're center, I do more damage than along the edges. Engage. When you perform a melee attack on a free enemy, you engage them. The engaged unit can only attack their engaged opponent and has a higher chance of taking critical damage. Take advantage of this with your other units. An engaged enemy is exposed their back. Gotcha. So they only get the bonus of the damage from behind hits in the situation that they're engaged. So you're trapped in that fight. I don't believe I can get you close enough to matter, unfortunately. So unfortunately that means you're going to get hit in the... Well, actually you probably won't get hit in the back, because that person's got to wait their turn. You were behind him. We're now galvanized. I just got an achievement for killing 3 enemies with an AoE hit. I did no such thing. It happens. So we did get poisoned. Which it seems the poison takes effect at the end of our turn. I appreciate that you're also shooting at my various people who have their armor up, when you could be using that time to put in, like, actual damage into an injured person. Okay, so can't quite reach you. And I believe you're the only one who's not gone. Let's move you over here and behind. Sleepy time. Okay, so what do we got? So none of them have professions. Rennert gained a level, and the other 3 who got their armor damaged. Oh no. Human remains. Probably useless remains. Then again, of course. We will take the money. We'll take the damaged dagger. We'll take the grease. So the human remains are heavy and have no inherent value there. Bounties on bandits? I mean, maybe. My assumption was a cannibalism mechanic. Repair damage, armor, and shield with your raw materials. My raw materials are here somewhere. 20. Over here on the right. Okay, so you gained a level. Aptitude points. Aptitude points can be used to improve your person's materials. Do you want spoilers? Nah, we'll figure it out as we go. Or necromancy. That would not be the direction I thought the game would go. That said, I wouldn't be against it. Alright, so it looks like you can specialize. So you can have Valorous Chain. Every time an attack hits multiple enemies, gain one... I don't know what the diamond means. There you are. Valor points. Use your Valor points in combat to use certain skills. You'll gain some of these each time you rest. Gotcha. So they're basically, we could charge up special attacks or whatever. Every time this unit kills an enemy, gain a Valor point. Valor support. Every time this unit ends their turn next to an ally that is not engaged in combat. Okay. Well, we don't have an ability to hit multiple enemies yet. If we do this, the Valorous Victory, that means instead of like knocking people around a little bit with arrows, I would want to focus them on just trying to finish things off. So let's see, we would be able to also on our next level get Hunter, which allows me to get light armor and helmets. Deal 5 damage to all targets in the area and pushing them back by 2 meters. Apply slowdown. Okay, and it's a 7 meter radius. It's not a big radius. We have Beastmaster, which is also light armor. All allied animals next to the target attack when they're with an attack of opportunity. Gotcha. So the idea is we could get pretty much a pet. And they would attack normally, but then I could use this ability to like get an extra attack in there. Infantrymen, we get armor and all that stuff. Targets a specific area, performs an attack of opportunity against the first 3 enemies crossing that area. An attack of opportunity deals 75% damage. Right, so this is like your Overwatch, that kind of thing, where I could be like, hey, if you cross in my little circle here, it's a bad time. And these all take Valor. This takes 2 Valor to do, though, where these ones are 1. I think I'm going to go with the slowdown one when we get there. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go for this one. We'll see what opportunities we get. Is there an apply button? Oh, I can upgrade these. So let's see. We can choose to get Dexterity, which gives us critical hit chance. Well, Dexterity and crit chance. We can get Constitution, which gives us more defense, more health, more carrying capacity, and then Movement, which is movement speed. I feel like Dexterity is the play. Cool. So that takes care of leveling you up. We're going to leave the corpses. And we do see there's a sparkle over here and a sparkle over there. So let's go to the sparkle. We got 2 of whatever that flower was. And I've got 6 days worth of food. We got whatever that stone was. So if I approach the okay, so I do approach the stables and we'll go in there. Okay, so we've got some civilians here. I am already mentally reading between the lines that I could absolutely murder these people and take all their things.
When I think of how many people don't shoe their ponies, it makes me want to pull out the little hair I have left.
Let's see. Movement speed in the world's increased by 3.
Tell you what, buy a horse from us, and I'll throw in the horseshoes for free.
Alright.
Although the war in Edarin has been a boon for my business, I cannot help but feel for my poor ponies. I can tell you aren't soldiers, Take them with you if you can. Otherwise, they would most likely end up dead on the battlefield through no fault of their own.
Okay. So, we could potentially become hardened criminals and steal everything. I'm not against that gameplay. I'm absolutely okay with it. But we'll probably turn to that kind of thing if stuff gets desperate. This looks to you like it takes perspective. You're very immersed in a session of D&D. Maybe. Knowledge point earned. Okay. I don't know what that means, but alright. Okay, so we have a forge, a town hall, a market, an apothecary, a derelict tavern, and a traveler's inn. Oh, and there's like caravans going by. Select a blacksmith. Okay.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
Okay. And you will sell me coal and raw materials. So then the question comes in, if I select you, we can make Gilric a blacksmith. So I would be able to take I would be able to make you into an offhand throwing knife. Gotcha. So we had wood or whatever, I'd be able to make that. So now we select it. Yeah, so Gilric is going to be a blacksmith. We don't have any materials to do any of that, but that is now a thing that we can potentially do. Let's go check the town hall.
Are you mercenaries? I'll have you know that we do not take kindly to refugees in these parts.
That's pretty crappy of you.
Why, you ask? Because they have overrun our streets and are now taking to the roads. Erdogan is sending our way anything with legs and a mouth that cannot wield a sword. You have your work cut out for you. There is no lack of honest folk in need of help to fend off the refugee menace.
Yeah, and I do like to figure out games myself, so I do appreciate you trying to be helpful, but let me learn the game as we go. Alright. So she's just like, I hate refugees. Okay, so you've got different people here.
You touch it, you buy it.
Okay, so you got fruit, salt, wheat.
Those refugees. I understand there's a war in Edoran, but that doesn't mean they can just help themselves.
Okay, you got a meat vendor.
Come, come. Take a look at my wares.
And we've got a bunch of random things there.
For a few crowns, I can polish your armor. Please. I'm so hungry.
Sure, have $10.
Here we go. A little spit and polish here and there. Done. So shiny I could go blind just looking at it. Thank you for all the money. It will be well spent.
I find in a lot of games... Oh. Well, screw you. You stole $20 off of me. I was gonna say, a lot of games when there's like that kind of stuff where you help out random refugees or whatever, usually it comes around to help you.
Please, can you spare some food?
Okay, so we give them bread. And we will get influence. Sure.
you so much. I will pray for you.
So that one, there was no negative consequence. Now, I have no idea the value of influence, but we did get some. We got the Apothecary's Clinic. We'll have our archer become an apothecary. And we do not remotely have any of the materials we need, but that's a new skill for us.
My concoctions can heal the most grievous injuries. Be sure to hold on to the vials after using them.
And any of the merchants we can steal from, my assumption is we want to steal with intent. I was trying to hit a save real fast. Because these feel like the place where you'd agree to take people on or a bunch of things. Yeah, the emissary.
Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissaries is to ensure that all service requests are fulfilled. We regularly update our job offers.
Alright, review. Okay. Vanquish the Philwim gang. The Brotherhood wishes the Philwim gang dead. These bandits have despoiled the merchant one too many times. We would get 189 crowns for an easy mission. I've got another one to kill a bunch of people for 90. Now, obviously, we're looking at these. So, I think realistically, we just choose the first one. Alright, that'll be our destination. And see what else is here.
Bandits took everything I had. I have nothing left to lose.
Okay. So I can recruit more people. And it costs me influence. So it costs me 30 influence and 60 bucks.
I'd like to discover new places and travel the world.
So you have a crossbow, which deals a pretty good amount of damage. Gotcha. So there's a reload to it. Interesting.
You. Yeah, you. You looking for work? I can give you tips and point you toward the best missions. The kind that pays much better than the measly rewards the Mercenary Guild has to offer.
Alright. So it looks like these ones we can get kind of under the table missions. But they cost me a lot of influence. I don't have enough influence.
You'll then have to meet the client and meddle in other people's affairs. But at the end of the day, it's the number of crowns in your purse that counts, right?
It also sounds like these will be legally dubious missions.
I want to see the world before settling down.
Play censor. Although scholars consider the Al-Azhar to be the birthplace of the modern thaumaturgy, priests have often used these censors to defend themselves from their inebriated flock. Explosive concoction deals 2 damage to an area. Inhale gains inhalation. Costs increase by 1 valor each subsequent use until the end of the turn. Inhalation gains 2 toxic miasma. Purge deals 80% dexterity damage to units in the area. Loses 5% of their health per stack at the end of the turn. Stackable maximum of 7, and currently 5. Okay. So I can run up to people and be like, smell my stuff. And it is a gamble to go there. First aid, we've already got. Purge. Triggers the equipment's purge skill. It just says it's triggered. It doesn't really get that. Fumigation gains 2 toxic miasma. Purge deals 80% dexterity. Okay, so we build up toxic miasma, and then eventually we want to get rid of it, and that's when we take damage. Fumigation. Inhalation gains 2 toxic miasma. Purge removes it. Toxic Miasma applies 1 point per stack to adjacent tiles at the end of their turn, or when the unit ends their turn while adjacent to unit, then consumes 1 stack. Okay. So basically, we put that on, we have it inhale, it adds a poison that's got 1 stack, and then at the end of the turn, it consumes the stack. Alright, that's a very complicated unit, but an interesting unit. I'm tempted to get them just because I'm curious. Oh, and you are a pickpocket. Oh, right, pickpocket means they're going to steal money from me. Alright, so we got a crossbowman, an archer, and a dude who throws bombs. And basically puts poison out. Did you see the vintage story? Yeah, no, I saw that 1.22 dropped a while back.
Before settling down.
Sure. Welcome aboard, person who's going to probably poison us all. There's definitely a bug with the achievements. I got an achievement for having a group of 20 people. Alright, Derelict Tavern.
Apologies, mercenaries, but the owners of this architectural wonder will only sell to fellow tavern keepers. If you know of any, please be sure to tell them. This building is a great opportunity for anyone who wants to set up shop.
Open the tavern. Ah, so that's one of the DLC. We're not going to worry about that right now. Okay. So, we're going to depart. I've got 5 days of food. Now, we have our world map, so there's our destination, which is to kill the Phil Wim gang. There was apparently a quest back there I completely overlooked, but that's fine. Hammer for hire. Am I just... Okay, it's whatever. I was like, am I just not noticing these things? Hello, random materials. Will I be tempted by random shinies? You best believe I will. Those are wolves. We got 3 level 1 wolves. Oh, you're over here. I was like, where's our new person? Gains inhalation. What am I looking at there? What are you? Rusty Hatchet. Okay. So use Impale. Alright, so I've got you pulled into combat now. Alright, so Fury will only do the bonus if we use it when it's going to finish them. You're going to end your turn. You're getting pulled into combat. So let's have you deal with this one. They've galvanized everyone. So let's have you move over here to get yourself set up for shooting the next turn. Opponents are demoralized and flee. Do you want to let them go from battle? No. I probably get more for finishing them off than just letting them run away. Okay, so let's repair our stuff. We've got animal carcass. That's food. We've got wolves. A pungent aroma of the wolf meat makes your mouth water. Okay. This fang of wild animals can be used as currency with trackers. Sure, why not? This grease can be used to make torches, quite handy for traveling in the dark. Sure. And then you gained a level. So, Valorous Audacity. Every time this unit ends their turn next to an enemy that is not engaged in combat, you gain over there. You've been destroyed. They're not great food, yeah. Every time this unit kills an enemy, we gain Valor. Valor support. Every time this unit ends a turn next to an ally. So let's see. Harpooner deals 4 damage to all enemies in the area. Applies bleeding to the first enemy hit. Okay. Herald. This and all units gain 50% extra damage. So that's medium armor. So it's all medium armor. Spear Wall. This unit is readying a skill, cannot start any other action or become engaged in combat. An attack of opportunity deals 75% damage. Let's see. Targets a specific area when an enemy enters that performs one attack of opportunity and stops them in their tracks. So basically, I can kind of like hold the line with that one. I like the piercing one more. I don't think we deliberately want to end our turn next to an enemy because we get bonus damage from range. We'll go with kills an enemy. And then you want stats. You can do movement, willpower, or constitution. $15 points. This unit survives the first time they should die in combat once per encounter. Alright, so that gave me 2 points instead of 1. I was trying to figure out what the double plus meant. Yeah, so if it's double plus, I get extra out of it. We gained a little bit of valor and all that. We also got ourselves some money. We got some wood and whatever the other thing was. We've got what looks like some corpses over here. A huntress doll. A rag doll representing a huntress. some wood. More stuff that's not bolted down. Guard outpost.
To think that we have to camp out here because of some pig-headed bandit. That Bertram will stop at nothing to terrorize the yokels. But when it comes to facing the guard, that's a whole other matter. You see that cave to the north? He's holed up in there. It's been 3 days and still he won't surrender. Bertram knows he's done for, yet he continues defending his lair with such doggedness that we have no choice but to starve him to death. That's why I need mercenaries. He doesn't know you. He might even let you in if he thinks he can convince you to help him. And once you've gained his trust, you can finish him off for us. We'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Okay. So gain money, influence, and whatever. Doesn't tell me anything about it, or if there's a time limit or anything. I'm going to accept it. Let's see what happens.
I will never help the refugees after what happened. They are all just like Bertram. Lawless scoundrels, the lot of them.
You all are really awful, you know that?
Nothing is beneath him. Bertram stole 2 cows and a calf from my brother-in-law. In one night, his family lost everything.
Okay. So we have a tinker, an alchemist, a blacksmith. And then you can be a woodcutter. Place your cursor on the woodcutting circle. All right, fair enough, I guess. I mean, we did in fact cut wood. All right, so we'll do the thing there. So without any other considerations of our safety, let's go poke the cave.
To think that 4 years ago, Bertram and I spent our days driving oxen. Seems like a lifetime ago.
I hate having to strong-arm the farmers, but we have no other choice. The citizens of Tiltron refuse to hire us or share their resources with us.
Ah, mercenaries. Did Fergus send you to help us? Rovand hired you to kill me. I beg of you, don't do this. We do not enjoy bullying the farmers, you know. We have no choice if we want to survive. Rovand is the one who must die. I will match his offer. In fact, I can pay you more. And you would be doing a good deed. Once he is gone, the farmers of Tiltron will have no one to protect them. We won't have to force them to share their resources with us. Kill the captain. It's the only solution.
I don't understand your logic. So once he's gone, the farmers will have no one to protect them. Fair enough, I get that. We won't have to force them to share their resources with us. Because you'll just steal them? I feel like that's still forcing them to share their resources. It's just, you're going to threaten them without maybe the violence. I mean, I feel like I'm getting the same deal either way. Yeah, I'm going to kill you, because even if you're struggling, like, stealing from people and all that, I mean, your title's ringleader. buddy, your title's ringleader. Leader's aggression. And I'm assuming if I go into this thing, falling rocks will kill any unit they hit. So you got archer. Yeah, so you got 1 archer and 2 hoodlums. They have a vicious shot. So my archer's here. I got 2 people behind them. Okay, so it's over spearmen. Oh, it's like our deployment phase. I can choose to put people different places. So can I choose to put you over there? Okay, so I think we put them over there. That way I don't have to go under the thing that just kills us. And I know I got our archer out in the front. It's that way I can shoot and then run away. So open fire on the hoodlum. Then back off. And then back off. Okay, so you're gonna get shot on me. That was not gonna be able to be avoided. The armor endured all that. If I move you over here, and I slap you from this side. Got you pulled into melee, so you can't run away now. And I've got my back pretty well protected. And then with this, I can flank you from this side. Which disengaged you, which should have thought that through. Okay, so you poisoned me because you're a jerk. And finish you off. Alright. That galvanized us. That's bad. Okay, so you've got a lot of poison on you. You've got a lot of poison on you. A dying unit can only move. If you heal them before they take damage, they will be able to fight again. If not, they will permanently be lost. I figured there was friendly fire, but with it putting it so far to the sides, I was like, okay, maybe it's not a problem. Oh, you're gonna finish him off, aren't you? You're a jerk, you know that? Hey, Flix, how's it going? That's not what I wanted, and you will die this turn, I suspect. I should not have taken your turn. Cannot be used if this unit is engaged in combat. I don't think you are engaged in combat. Alright, so we've learned a lot of things. The friendly fire is a real problem. So let's be smarter about friendly fire going forward. Ow. No one hasn't gone yet. Yeah, I was gonna say he's dead. Yep, so we're definitely going to reload. Okay, so you have like a whirlwind that hits all around you and poisons everybody. Yeah, they're leaving a miasma around that's giving poison on everyone. You gained willpower. Seems like a hard game. Yeah, we're also not playing on the easier difficulty. But yeah, no, we're learning the mechanics, so we misplayed several things in this engagement. Most of my people are also level 1 and they're level 2. I was hoping he was close enough that that'd count. You got range. Yeah, so he's a higher level than us. Okay. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is, because we're about to be wiped anyways. Where were our saves we put down? These are basically at the exact same time. So I believe we did save this directly outside of where we went to do that. But it does look like there's a lot of stuff there. I do really like in games using poison mechanics. That's the reason I got the Argyle with the Miasma. I need to take better advantage of that. Oh. Okay. So we're already in the fight. So let's see if we can make this work better this time. So, if there was more spots over here, I'd potentially try and hide over here and force them to run through. So last time, we got ourselves knocked apart. So what, can I check to see what this does? Strength, dexterity, and constitution are increased by 30% and you cannot be captured. Alright, so that dude is scary. Yeah, so they're all level 2 and I'm level 1. Alright, so instead this time, I do think I want to rally my people together. I'm going to put you over here. Put you over here. They're still going to open with you. Inch just enough forward. I'm going to pop a shot into you. And let's try this thing out. So you cost nothing yet. So you've gained Toxic Miasma. And then Purge. Which you can then follow up with a bomb. Now everyone hit your friend. Ooh! That's a devastating hit. Okay, that's not something I liked at all. So that pulled you into melee. Slightly closer. Slightly closer. Temporary Valor Points. Some actions grant temporary Valor Points that must be used before combat ends or they will be lost. I'm going to go ahead and you scooch off to the side. And the reason for that is I'm trying to make it so when this guy gets to respond, I can hopefully prevent him from getting too much there. I'm going to run you all the way over here. And you're just going to wait there. Because I'm trying to not bunch up, because this guy's going to hit those two. You did not go down. You are poisoned. So, I could do something a bit dastardly here. If I can... if you move, you're going to go ahead and get the poison ticked. I was going to say, if I move you over here and then shove you under there, that should drop the rock on your head. You can heal yourself. All right, so we're gonna want to make this count. So we're gonna go ahead and first do the damage we can. And then run away. You're gonna get downed. And I'm far enough away, you don't have to worry about the archer doing much. Man, you hit so hard. We're going to go here. We are going to be tanking that miasma. I'm going to shove you into the area where the ceiling's going to come down on you. And just to make sure you stay there, it should have held you in combat. That was the whole point, is I wanted to hold you in combat. Alright, I need to keep you from running away much more. It's not marking as me risking shooting my own friend. Alright, so that part of the plan did work. The opponents are demoralizing and flee. Yes, let them go. We haven't lost anyone yet. Your group is overtired. Your companions might die from exhaustion if they keep wiring. Keep going. You should rest. Continue. Injured. So we're going to heal our injuries. We're going to repair our armor. There are corpses. We've got cloth we will keep. Ringleader's Dagger. A short blade, practical and sharp, highly sought after by bandits. Has Delirious Whirlwind. We've got the money. Where's my money down here? Oh, right, it's down there in the bottom. Okay, so you gained a level. So for Constitution, you're going to gain 2 points. So I'm going to go ahead and take that. What are you trying to tell me now? Oh, kill unit.
So, Bertram is dead. My men and the good citizens of Tiltron will be glad to hear it. I must commend you for your courage and your devotion to our cause. Here is the reward the Lady Mayoress promised me. You deserve it. Goodbye.
Okay. The villagers will no longer have fear of what's-his-name. It is warning me that I need to camp or bad things are going to happen. You can rest at a campfire in your camp, feed your troop, and pay your wages to avoid unrest. Resting fulfills fatigue meter and restores valor points and speeds up time. So the curiosity I have is, where is my fatigue meter? And it seems like we'll, the fate of Tiltron, it looks like we can change how Tiltron is affected. Oh, this is my fatigue meter up here. We have the suspicion level, which high suspicion level will cause you to be sought by the guard, and you will have to pay for your crimes. The higher your wanted level, the more frequent guards patrols will be. You are currently not wanted by the guard. We also have knowledge, which helps us learn from new blueprints, patterns, and recipes from the compendium. Alright. We can inspect our people. There's no, like, talking to anyone or anything like that. We have the workshop. Okay, so let's not grab one of those. We'll wait till we have another person for professions. Can we pet the pony? We could check that in a minute. So we could make lockpicks. We could make fish hooks. We can make a camp chest. Place items in here you wish to keep in the chests. Assigned thief steals stolen items during rests little by little. Okay, so if we were going to do like a criminal one, that's what you'd do, is you'd have the camp chest and you'd try and sell that gradually. As far as the horse, there isn't really a pet the horse option, but we got all that. Okay. You can rest at the campfire and pay and feed your troop. Alright. There's no wages to pay. Alright, so we plowed through a lot of food there. There's no danger level. Everyone's going to be happy. We're feeding everyone appropriately. Let's rest. The refugees' leader has caught wind. Oh, what was that saying? I didn't get enough time to read it. Everyone is well rested. We gained 2 valor abilities, whatever. Your troops' happiness is increased by 4. Your troops' happiness is 7. Your companions are pleased. You have gained the following bonus. Maximum valor points has been increased by 1. Oh, wait, what? Okay, so we gain knowledge and that gets us stuff we can do. So we've got a bunch of random recipes for apothecary. With the workshop, we can learn how to make saddlebags that increases our maximum carrying capacity. Or we can learn how to make a campfire or the workshop. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so these look like these are bonuses for our camps. Otherwise, you get the saddlebags. So you can get a whip. Assigned companion will whip your companions to get them to work harder. I have a feeling that's bad for morale. Oh, okay. In the future, the points will take from either one. So we could have also gotten these ones, which would give me capabilities like smooth talk and all that. That's fine. We're learning. It's all good. Alright, so there was down here, I was trying to see if I could see what that log was, because it said something about a refugee leader awaits you in Haven. Gotcha. So basically, because we did that, we now have a quest or whatever. So I'm assuming there's a way to break camp here. Is it escape? That looks like I'd have to have someone who's fishing to do this. We gained Ambusher, whatever that means. I wasn't sure if that's something we would care about. Alright. Grab some other goodies. We got wood. There's a trashed cart up ahead. There's something in the woods here. Looks like boars? Yeah, boars. Got some leather. Okay, so this is who we're looking for. Your companions have just ambushed their targets and will have the advantage in the fight. This is the quest we accepted. So we're going to ambush them from kind of behind in the side. So leader's aggression. Let's see what leader's aggression is. Critical hit chance increased by 30%. Ow. There's a bear trap behind us. So we got Isabel back here. Let's put our archer back here in this corner. You can stab from this side. But you here, you up here, you here, you there. You're the threat. Alright. Yeah, so you're going to do the same thing where you got that really nasty poison. So deafness. We'll start with you. Because this time I don't have rocks to take advantage. I'm gonna back... Oh, yeah, we're gonna back you off just a little bit. Force that guy to come to us. I'm going to run over here to your side. And stab you into your friend's direction. You can wait there because you're not getting away from their attack. Man, you can hustle. I keep underestimating how far they can move. Okay, so you're trapped in my attack now. So we're going to have you go behind. Yeah, so that breaks them out of combat. So I actually don't really like it that much. That's kind of a bummer that that works that way. We are currently playing on not the, I think it was like experienced or whatever. So not the highest one, not the lowest one. So you're going to inhale that. You're going to move over here. You can move a bit more down here. If I purge, I'm going to hit my own teammates. Ow. Yes, it doesn't label you as in cost. So that's your range. So I might be able to get right over here. Oh yeah, that's the ticket. So you're gonna get your hit on me. Oh. I guess you just hit me so hard you killed me instantly. Welp. Not what I was hoping for. That's for sure. Run to this side to try and block you off. Let's actually scooch a little bit over so the archer can get around. Ow. Let's shove you back into your own poison if we can. So that hopefully you die at the end of your turn. I'm going to scooch over here to try and deny you the chance of poisoning us both. Okay, you did your stuff. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, and you will die. And check out Passette. Does a lot of Pokemon, Digimon, turn-based RPGs, that kind of stuff. So if you're looking for it, you can find it there. So we did lose one person. You can bury it whenever you want. We took the body of her fallen. We do have an assassin's hat, some sandstone, a damaged dagger. We'll heal our people who got injured, repair our armor, and continue. So we have completed a contract. So my assumption of what we want to do now is start working our way back. Because we've been gaining a bunch of influence. So we can recruit. So there's boars and bandits already in a fight here. It's probably not the move. I was hoping to catch them in their fight. So I see you two. Oh, right. We lost one person. Where's our last one? So we got 1, 2. Should have 4. Oh, there you are. You're back here. I think I could work with that. We'll scoot you down here. I'm going to start with you on the opener. Then run you out of here. Then run you up here. And stab you. So that puts you between, so that maybe you'll friendly fire. Nope. Actually take you first. I just realized this is the other person. Yeah, so his whole bit is he just poisons everyone around him and all that. Which seems like the thing I need to be doing is taking advantage of that and trying to get him in the middle. And have him just pick up poison, AoE, pick up poison, AoE, that kind of thing. Are you able to equip the hat and daggers? Yeah, I keep forgetting to do that. Friendly fire your friend. Thank you. I appreciate the effort there. Putting way more poison on you than you're getting on me. That might actually be one of the things that was getting us killed in a lot of these fights, is I may have been poisoning myself. So now we just bully the crap out of him. I probably can't get a good angle where I don't have the risk of friendly fire. What is the % chance we hit our friend, though? Finish it? Thank you. It's okay, we'll go back for it. Alright. And that's him down. We didn't lose that one that time. So heal our poisoned person. So we get a lockpick, a damage dagger, money, a ball. Yeah, something to be able to take advantage of all that. Let's look at our inventory. I'm imagining we might have to go into camp, maybe to equip that. I don't want to do that right now. Our troops' fatigue will go down here. All right, let's go to sleep. Okay, so let's consider stuff. Inspect. So you've got your bottle thing there. I don't think we're gonna do that. So what do you even get? You cannot use light armor. Farmer's rags are +5. Okay. Oh, we got our equipment from the other person who died. So when they die, we do get to keep the equipment. That's fair. You can't use light armor yet. That's shoulder and like back pieces. You can't use light armor. You can't use that type of weapon. Okay, so if I had the right skills, I could equip it. Unfortunate reality is I don't have the ability to use those things. With that said, we go and use this. There's some mushrooms. Excellent. We managed to go ahead and get ourselves all squared away food-wise without any problem. So we gained 2 more valor. Our troops' happiness is increased by 3, leaving us with 3 happiness from the campfire and a total of 10. So despite their friend being dying a horrific death this last day, they are much happier than they were before that person was alive. Ooh, what's that mean? Person with a star, get back here. I see there's one coming here, but I've already clicked on it. I'm just going to go for it.
Anything to declare? Keep your nose clean and you won't hear from us.
Okay. So I guess they're just guard patrols. So in the event that we were suspicious, I'd be avoiding them. Like what happens, just like the bandits, they'd probably go over, have the big red cone, and if I step into it for more than a second or two, they would they'd come after us. There's a lot of patrols all of a sudden. Okay.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
Okay, so we can sell those back. I think we keep the ringleader's stuff for now. All right. I can sell my friend's body to just a random person. Okay. We can get throwing sickles and all that. We could give ourselves a shield, but I don't know who can and can't use shields of our group. Oh, and I can do this for when I get a lot of recipes. Let's see. He's not using it? Yeah, no, but it's the general idea of just being able to walk up and be like, okay, I just want to go and get rid of this body real fast.
Come, come. Take a look at my wares.
Yes, those are all materials for crafting and such.
You touch it, you buy it.
Price temporarily reduced for grapes. Okay, we got 7 days of food. That feels like it'd be a good one. We can go to the tavern. So then we've got the informant, who can give us special missions. And then we got the mercenary ones.
You. Yeah, you. You looking for work? I can give you tips and point you toward the best missions. The kind that pays much better than the measly rewards the Mercenary Guild has to offer. Of course, You'll then have to meet the client and meddle in other people's affairs.
Okay.
But at the end
So,
of the day, it's the number of crowns in your purse that counts.
there's a wife whose husband is condemned to the gallows, and you basically want to rescue. Someone needs help in the abandoned tower. At least, that's what he's screaming out the window. A refugee is looking for mercenaries who can fight as well as they can negotiate.
Thought you might be interested. Anything else I can do for you?
Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissaries is to ensure that all service requests are fulfilled. We regularly update our job offers. Here is your reward.
Okay. So we got that one. So unaware of the dangers they face, a handful of Idorians have gone funning in Sickest Forest. Someone must warn them lest they get eaten. Or there's a small gang. So we just did a small gang one. We'll accept this. Amateur hunters. And then we need to bring on some people. So what do we got here?
Don't be fooled by these rags. Before becoming a refugee, I used to be a soldier.
So you'll be another person that stabs people and pushes them away. I am pretty full up on
If I
those.
join you, I'll no longer be a burden for my family.
So you can sword and board and taunt. Well, club and board. So that might actually work okay for us. And what about you?
I'd like to discover new places and travel the world.
And you can also sword and board. So you have a low constitution, but extra guard.
If I join you, I'll no longer be a burden.
And you are cooperative. You do extra damage when next to someone, but you don't move as far. I think I'd rather go with you than the other one. Alright, so let's go and bring her on board. And then I realize I don't have to go and accept just the two of the one.
And travel the world.
Oh, okay, so it increases the cost per recruit as I recruit more. That's fair enough. Okay, so we've done that. So you're way over to the east there. I was gonna say, let me just cut across the woods. That is a big old lake. All right, so we'll quickly work our way over. We'll probably check out this next mission, and then we'll kind of see how people feel about the game and all that stuff. I've definitely been enjoying this, and as a reminder, the game is currently 60% off. They just came out with their new DLC very recently. The DLC, I want to say, is 30% off until the 27th, whereas the base game, I believe, is 60% off to the 27th as well. So if you're looking to like get into the game and you're like, oh, you know, this looks interesting. I don't know, like, the only DLC we've currently seen in the game is the tavern, which I don't have. Which is just like you walked in the tavern and where that DLC would have come into play. It's like, yup, you just don't have the DLC. Which, you know, it is what it is. Like, it's not one of those things that's like, oh, darn, you could have gotten this cool thing if only you paid money. It didn't do anything like that. It's like, this is clearly extended content where instead of roaming the world, we could have run a tavern. And at least that's the implication. There could be a storyline behind it that's totally different from running a tavern. Okay, so let's see here. We do have a group of refugees here who are apparently attacking me. Okay. So, mud is our penalty. Movement requirements doubled. Interesting. So we can probably take good advantage of that. Where's my archer? So put the archer back here. You two get out of the mud over here. Do I want Gwynlyn to be over here and just pump him full of a ton of poison and let him do his thing? Let's have the archer target the archer. An extra poison for everybody. Let's have you run over here and shove that. Maybe the running the tavern isn't important as in the Graveyard Keeper Tavern? No idea. Like I said, it's a DLC. No idea if it's a new DLC, if it's like one of the R ones. I don't have the context of that. The game does have a couple DLC. Like I said, it does seem from what I have seen, at least with the DLC, that the DLC seems to primarily be around additional content. But so far as a tactics kind of game, it's been pretty good. It's got a nice variety of things going on. We've still not seen all the basic unit types. Okay, so that's melee range. So you're just going to sit here for a moment. Because you're tied up in combat, I can go behind you and give you a bonk. And then force you to attack me, because you're my defensive unit there. I'm going to run around here, because you'll get a bonus on them from being attacked from behind while in combat. Okay. So what it's doing there is, if I were to use this thing that hits everyone around him, it would have hit friendlies, so instead of that, I just didn't. So unfortunately, not get the chance. Let's finish you off before you cause me more problems. I am not letting them go. You surround and engage enemy with 2 allies to get a bonus. Makes sense. And dead. You have absolutely no idea either. There could be just very different things and actually put in. My assumption would be varied gameplay kind of things, so let's use that to heal that. And I'm sure there's a thing, because we're burning through our raw materials, I'm sure there's going to be a thing about being careful about saving your materials. We do have a Raider's Bow. That is something we'll probably want to consider what we can do with. We'll grab that. You gained another level. So you're the one who huffs their powder and then explodes around there. So we can double your, we can add more crit chance to you, more movement or more dexterity. I'm gonna go with the crit chance, I guess. Every time a unit enters their turn without using a skill, you gain a valor. Every time this unit ends their turn next to an ally that does not gauge combat, you gain a valor. Every time this unit ends a turn next to an enemy not gauged in valor. So these are the 2 we're most likely to do a lot with this character, because he has the AoE blast poison thing. We're going to be wanting to be in the middle of it. So later on, be able to get Unstable Concoction. All allies in the area execute an attack of opportunity. And you gain Valor for killing an enemy this way. We get Inhalation is guaranteed to critical hit. Okay, so basically we're going to cause everyone to get, you know, Inhalation and all that. And get Rage. But we get like a really good opportunity. It's kind of a gamble to give your characters a lot of oomph, but at the cost of effectively poisoning them. We have Healing Concoction. Heals the allies for 30% of their maximum health and removes their debuffs. Inhalation bounces to the ally closest to the target within 3 meters. Damage taken of the next attack is reduced by 70%. Interesting. So that's a support role. Mixologist. Pathogenic Concoction. Applies 2 bleed, 2 corrosion, and 2 poison, and burning on the target. In other words, it is a big stick up the middle finger F you to a target. It's just like, what if you suffered in every way possible at the same time? So, realistically, I think the healing ones got the best potential. I could also see the potential of, like, giving yourself the quick buff. This one sounds the most fun to me. That they lose 5% of their max health every turn, they lose 15% of their armor every turn, they lose 20% of their max health every turn, and they lose 15% of their max health, and apparently fire spreads from them until it's removed. Okay. We'll go with that one. Because I'd imagine you'd want to go in there and then blast out the fire.
Mercy, good sirs. Have mercy on us. We didn't attack you to hurt you, believe me. We only wanted to scare you, so that you would hand over your crowns. Please, don't hurt me. It was wrong and we knew it. But Gothenburg requires so much gold to cross the border that we had no other choice. We have no other choice but to rob travelers.
So, if we had a border pass, we give them the border pass, and they would give us a bow. I can give them 200 crowns, and they'll give me a bow. Or I can murder them for cloth. Sadly, there's no walk away, so my only choices are to give up more money than I'm willing to give up, or to murder them. So, sorry. The game didn't give me a choice to be like, look, man, I don't need anything from you. Because either I gave you copious amounts of stuff or murder, and there's no in between. Let's see how I get there. So, there might have been a path back there. We're gonna go and make camp. This stone has no particular meaning for ordinary mortals, but a scholar might learn something unexpected. Assigned scholar generates a little bit of profession experience. Okay. But how assigned scholar? Oh, good. The horse gained a level. I can give the horse critical hit, willpower, or constitution. I'm giving the horse pony. Constitution. Yeah, you don't have a profession. Scholar. What I was hoping to do was assign you, but I don't see how to actually do that. Because not marking as having an assigned scholar. Yeah, because we gave one of our spearmen scholar. Let's try this. So you're the scholar? I see. Okay, so I walk you up to it, and now you'll do that. So I can walk up to you and have you do that. And then you can manage that. I see. So we just click and drag them kind of deal. And now we could go in here and be like, hey, make a torch. Hey, make a fish hook. Make a lockpick. Workshop. I already have a workshop. That's what we're doing. I got excited for no reason. We have a cooking pot. Reduces the troops' daily food consumption. If a companion is equipped to it, same deal. So where's the cooking pot at? Or you might be physically working on it. Ah, so you produce more raw materials. I see. So I should have had this person assigned here. That's information in the future, so I can have you generate materials every night. You can generate whatever this is about, knowledge, and all that. So yeah, we got processes here we can do. Okay. Yeah, so because I had them assigned, we got some raw materials here. And you gained some profession stuff, but I didn't get anything special from it. Because it's a % chance. The question was, my quest marker tells me to go over here somewhere. What I don't know is, do I go this way? Is there a path a whole different direction? Abandoned tower. We found some hemp. I do see the guy there. I'm checking to see if there's anything else not bolted down. Talk.
Please, untie me. Lahart's goons could be here any minute. They want to take me back to Edoran. I'm no danger to anyone. They're after me because I deserted. You can't imagine what they do to artisans like me in Artes. Count Lahart treats us worse than slaves.
Okay. We have a lockpick. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, so,
I'm no danger to anyone. They're after me because I deserted.
I want to help you, but I physically can't. Alright, though. Let's go ahead and let's get a poll going. Oh, is a new bow better yours? That is an excellent question that has an answer. So I'm guessing it doesn't... Oh, wages do? Yeah, I'm guessing... So your bow is... It just tells me that... So you do 6 to 10 damage at 9 meters. You do... 6 to 10 damage at 9 meters and can knock back. So there's shoot and vicious shot. You've got to be better. Ah. So I'd have that down. Okay. That said, what I'm going to go ahead and do, chat, is we're going to go ahead and put up a poll real fast. Because we have more than fulfilled the obligation for the sponsorship and all that stuff, and I have been enjoying that game. I want to kind of get a vibe check with the community and all that stuff. And as a reminder, again, it is 60% off. Like I said, I've actually been very much enjoying the variety. There's a lot of these tactical games that there's not much of a variety in how the units work. And we keep finding that there's more and more things that we haven't touched yet. So I've been appreciating that. I also appreciate this style over the classic like XCOM 1, where it's usually just close range person with shotgun, sniper, you know, some type of utility, maybe a medic or whatever. I definitely noticed that a lot of these ones that are going more for like the melee tactical kind of thing, medieval, Renaissance, whatever, have offered a lot more like variety of gameplay where you can like flank people and it means more. And it's not just like standing back and just figure out who can hit each other first, at range. And yes, I know you can like rush with shotguns, and those are ones I actually used to use that strategy. So what are we doing now? Because we're gonna want to go and figure out. So we're gonna say more Wartales, which means we just keep doing what we're doing. We can go Kerbal Space Program, which we would go back onto our career mode. Farming Simulator, which would be continuing our Survivorman Challenge, or News Tower, where we begin a brand new hard mode save. So get that poll going. You got 5 minutes for that. So if you don't see it, make sure you click on that up to the top. Can we bury the guy in our camp? That is an excellent question. Bury. Let me try doing it not in the camp. He died because I'm bad. So I guess that's so you can just mark where you've had last characters. All right, so while that poll's going, we have that. We've got the question mark up there. We've got the refugee thing down there, and we got the art quest over there. We only have 4 days on food on us, so I think we have to go back towards town, which is a whole thing. We got the companion, so we can run for short periods of time, perfect to get away from pursuers. Rationing. Your companions are now more sensible and will ration their food. Troops eat less food. Frugality. Each companion agrees to cut their wages for the greater good, so we get 10% lower wages. Weight training, we can carry 10 more. Smooth talk. Your companions become great spokesmen who can talk anyone and join their ranks. Recruitment costs are reduced. Companions are ready to fight and shine with glory. Maximum valor points increased by 1. Cannibalism. Your troop is prepared to do anything to survive, including eating their own. You can now devour human corpses. Artful dodgers. Your companions are honing their criminal skills and learning a mastery of art of stealth. Suspicious meters depletes faster. Location markers. Your troop can add objective markers to the map using right-click. Alright. Rationing. And we're getting a whole extra day out of our food now. So we have ambushed the thugs. All right. So you're our archer. We'll put you here. Why do I feel like I'm missing someone? Put the archer here. Got our spear person there. Okay. Just missed the dead guy? Oh, just missing the dead guy? Yeah. Okay, and you'll finish your turn. You put poison on them. Run down here.
Thank you Zidian_ for subscribing for 51 months. All the tales, the best tales.
And thank you Zidian for the tier 1 sub. Been sub to the channel for the last 51 months, and I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. I'm actually, to be fair, I'm actually low-key surprised. Usually I find like a lot of the tactical kind of games generally don't seem to hold people's attention here, but if you're enjoying it, I'm down to play more. Okay. So we've got you taunted, and I'm going to smack you in the face. We got you all brought in. So you're probably going to take a nasty hit here. We are poisoning everybody. We're going to aim. If I do this, it might break you out of combat. Or not. It's fine. So you'll take a bunch of damage, you'll take a bunch of damage. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. The reason I shouldn't have done that is now that person doesn't have enough room to avoid getting some kind of penalty. Or sorry, all of that is wrong. His miasma thing, he's gonna catch friendly fire in there. What are you doing? Targeting. This unit is readying a skill. They cannot start any other action or become engaged in combat. So, can I just walk away? Alright, so we'll end your turn. Have you tied in melee. We have poisoned our own people. Alright. And you die. It does make me curious. So, okay, so we cannot heal because we don't have enough medicine. We do have a chipped axe, which gives us the skill Bravado, which deals 70 to 90% of damage as strength. And forces them to engage. We can repair our equipment. We do have your level here. Alright, so we can take Hunter, which is recoil shot, which deals 8 damage to all targets in the area and pushes them back to 2 meters, applies slowdown. We have the Beastmaster, which is if we have animals. We have a targeting a specific area for opportunity, but costs extra valor. I'm leaning towards Hunter, because that recoil shot I think will be good. That also gives us light armor, which means I should be able to equip this hat now. So you increase your movement, critical hit chance, or willpower. I'm gonna increase your crit chance out of those. My concern is we might be able to get the pony to be involved. It's only during rests. I don't need to rest yet. But I wanted to check. So you have an injury. Damage taken is doubled until it's better. So you should be able to wear the hat now. Alright, so you got the hat on. Look at the axe is strength 3. That's 6 to 7 damage. So you can't equip this. You can't equip this. You definitely can't equip this. That's all fine. Alright, that's fine. Can your person make potions? Not with this. My assumption of what we would do is we would go in here and eventually I'd get the options here of doing more. Let's have it show the recipes I don't know how to make or whatever. Oh no, we don't have that. We can make the camp chest, which I can have our thieves, like if we get thieves, we can have that be a thing that works. If we can get some coal and all that, we could potentially get more of these other things. Which you can upgrade the workbench? Yeah, oh, is this an upgrade? Dismantle low-value weapons. Okay, so I missed that was an upgrade. Alright. So we've upgraded the workbench. I don't know how to tell it to dismantle things. But then the idea would be we'd take stuff like these two here and dismantle them. Alright, regardless, we're not ready to rest yet. It was just stopping to equip stuff. I'm gonna go around the water this way.
I can polish your armor for... You? How did you find me?
And this is the guy who stole 20 bucks from me after I gave him 10 bucks. So we're gonna threaten him.
Please don't hurt me.
We can attack him, or we can leave. I'm just gonna leave. I got my money back. He is a refugee who's got, like, no money. I would just do it because murder. And we're grabbing resources as we walk around. My assumption here is if we wanted to go with, like, a thief run, is we would be spending a lot of time skulking through the woods to stay away from stuff.
Pay for my freedom, and I will be yours.
Okay, so we can get a thief who is lazy and all that. Oh, I'm sorry, they're not a thief, they're a ranger. Honestly, your bargain. Welcome. Your price was cheap. My favorite price.
The Lady Mayonnaise has offered a reward for any outlaw captured in the region. You should give bounty hunting a try.
Okay, so if we capture prisoners... Okay. We can get a recipe for toothpaste. Why would we ever use that? We can get a recipe for ether. We can get a barber kit. Alright. You know what? I'm down. So we got some shackles to capture people. Wait, what happened to you're missing someone from the OG crew? They died. They died fighting a particularly hard group of enemies. Alright, so let's go to our thief. You are now a thief. Here's your stabby bit. Congratulations on your stabby bit. We got more stuff with the compendium. So I can learn to make saddlebags. I can learn to upgrade the workshop again. We can learn to upgrade the cooking pot. We can learn to make a whip so that we can whip our people to make them work harder. It doesn't really make it clear what we get from that. So you have the campfire, the cooking pot, or the workshop here, or saddlebags, and none of these do I have anything I can unlock. We can make it so they'll accept lower wages. We can get higher carrying capacity. We can get fate makers. Yeah, lower wages. Congratulations. You can be paid less. What is the goal of the game? What is it about? So, we don't really know what the main story is yet. Still figuring that out. But, you kind of have your little warband kind of things that you build up. And you're going through the world, there's like story stuff you do and all that. But it is kind of work through it as you work through it. What am I seeing here? What are you? Select a huntsman. I don't have one of those. So let's grab some more stuff. Also kind of curious in like how big our force could probably get. Alright, so we check on our map. Oh, you know what? We got our thief. I've got a lockpick. Let's try to hurry over here and see if we can't recruit that person who was chained up in the tower. Okay, it's warning me it's time to camp because we're getting tired. Okay. So one of you was a wood chopper. I think the person who's a wood chopper was the one who died. That is unfortunate. Yeah, it looks like the cooking pot needs someone who's got cooking, is the problem. So I don't have someone who can actually do the work. That's okay. Alright, so with that said, we could check on you. There's nothing here you can craft that I'm super worried about. I can make a second lockpick. And then we can go to sleep. So, have the mushroom, have an apple. Pay them. Alright. Starved to death because no one knows how to cook? I mean, it happens. Your companions are happy, you gained influence. Okay, so our companions, we keep getting them happier and happier to a point that we are gaining influence for doing stuff. What do you want? I really made great strides. I feel stronger, more capable, and more confident in battle. I wonder if others feel the same way. Teach the group tricks of the trade. You gain XP on everyone. Celebrate. Everyone gets happiness. Show off, we gain an aptitude point. We also gain relationships with the entire troop. So an instant influx of XP, build up relationship between our groups, which I assume have lots of positives working together. And an aptitude would be basically we gain a level, like kind of gain a level. I'm going to do the celebrate. Relationship improved. And we got the trait sociable. What does sociable do? Wasn't you. Where are you at? Wait, was it you? Sociable. Makes friends quicker. Alright, that's fine. So let's get out of here. So we had a quest to go and there was a deserter who was locked up in a tower. And we were going to go rescue them. I'm also curious how long we keep that bruise. I'm assuming this game won, by the way. I got distracted. I'm pretty sure the outcome of the poll was this game won, though, because when I looked, it was a pretty far ahead margin. If I am wrong, like, correct me.
I'm no danger to anyone. They're after me because I deserted. You can't imagine what they do to artisans like me in Artes. Count Lahart treats us worse than slaves.
Release. Novice. Confirm. Rotate the pick and then left click to insert it into the lock. The closer the pick is to the opening, the more it lifts up. But if it jiggles too much, it might break. Okay, that was easy.
Thank you. I'll work for anyone, except Count Lahart. I'm an excellent craftsman, you know. I can do wonders. Take me with you, and lead me to my future boss. I may not have the gold to pay you, but times like these, I imagine he'll pay handsomely for a man of my talent.
Okay, reward promised, renown, and we'll move things forward. Sure, and a bunch of raw materials. Sure, come along. And I notice it says, promised. Having a deserter in your troop could draw unwanted attention for Leihart's men. You are now following my troop. Okay, so we're now dealing with a situation where we potentially have suspicious. Blacksmith without an anvil. See, we see these exclamation marks, but I don't see any interaction point. That's fine. Oh, paths? So I got a path here. So I gained Explorer, reward 1 PP. Oh, good. Oh, thank goodness, we got a PP. I have no idea what any of that means. So I'm guessing we will level these up and they will give us some benefit. I was expecting to see like an anvil down here to be like, oh man, we could get a blacksmith here.
Mercenaries, this man belongs to Count Lahart. Hand him over without resisting.
Nope. Okay. I think we have to go to the blacksmith in town. Let's go for it. Aren't you gonna shoot your buddy? Holding the line deals 4 to 5 damage to target and knocks them back by 1 meters. Applies vulnerability. That's the legionary. I was hoping to get close enough to get the hit on them. Anti-coagulate weapon. Oh. Oh, you just straight up murdered. Okay. So you're basically just dead. I understand. All right. Yeah, so basically the leaders here are the real threat. So cancel that ability on you. So what's your range? Okay. We got poisons. Then before we get tied into a fight, we back off. So taunt you. And give you a hit. Because you're the biggest threat. So I'll try and have someone who could actually tank the hits. And it takes care of you. Let's have you move over here. So everyone else is gone, so you're just gonna have to run around. Unfortunately, you have a poison like AoE. You're gonna friendly fire if I do any of that anywhere nearby anyone. Okay. More poison. Alright, and we get the opportunity to just accept the victory. We're gonna do it. Of course you didn't. Alright, scooch over here so we can hopefully avoid the friendly fire. Actually... I wish I could go back in time. Oh, never mind, we're fine with the poison. Okay, I was gonna say, like, that person needed to be bandaged. So we did lose, Gwynlyn and all that stuff. We're gonna repair our stuff. Officer's Pylum. So, what I'm kind of debating in my mind right now... I'm gonna actually leave the body. What I'm actually kind of debating in my mind right now... is I am debating... starting a fresh run now that we know some of the mechanics... to potentially lean into something going on with there. So we got the piercing throw. Deals 5 damage to all units in an area. Rally cry, piercing throw. Doesn't mention it actually increasing critical thing. So strength would increase our attack damage. We'll just go for straight up attack. So I'm kind of leaning towards that. I'm not 100% sure on that one way or the other, how I want to go about it. So my suspicion is if I can avoid these patrols, if we can get to town itself, they mention wanting an artisan blacksmith. So I'd assume that finishes that quest line. Well, that's the thing, Lux, right? Is I can keep backing out and reloading, so there is no losing. It would just be I restore my save.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
Hand over the blacksmith.
I asked you for a blacksmith, and you bring me a refugee on the run from an Eduranian count. Oh, very well then. But he'll have to work out back, and don't you go telling anyone he's here.
All right.
Now, take this, and keep your mouth shut.
All right. Yeah, this isn't the kind of game where you lose a run unless we go Iron Man.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Few dents here and there. Nothing more. There. Good as new.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I think I am. Because I'm low-key immediately being like, you know what I want to do? I want to do crime. I want to go the other way with this. Let's go ahead and we'll save this just in case I change my mind. We can return to menu. We just saved. So new game. Right. Oh, so we did actually get some more options here. So we have the bandits looking to escape our guards. We have shipwrecked pirates, which means we start with a bunch of... Oh, there's a pugilist, like a fist fighter. We hadn't seen pugilist yet. There's brothers in arm, legionnaire retirees. They get brace chicken. Hunters always on the lookout for new prey. Where we get that? Knowledge-seeking scholars. Okay, so we have a Thermaturg, which is the, what we had the one guy with, like, the incense thing that builds up. I mean, the hunter admittedly doesn't excite me too much because it seemed like the hunting thing was you just go up to a thing. That's based around professions. Unlock the thief. So there's not a new thing there. Additional content. Unlock tavern. So that's DLC. Men escorting merchants who lost their employer. Yeah, so we're gonna go with the bandits. Yeah. Well, I should probably just continue the save us doing. The temptation is thing. The problem I'm looking at is with the nature of how this is compared to my normal content, I don't see myself as being able to do like a full playthrough of Wartales on the stream. Because like, this is my normal content and then Wartales is over there. I am enjoying it, but it is one of those things I don't imagine I will be able to stream this. Me playing on my own time, I think this will go great. But for stream, that's always kind of the challenge. There are great games that don't stream well, and there's games that stream well that aren't, you know, that fun to do otherwise. Because it's also those things in my head, it's like, okay, is the default intention that you lose people and you kind of rotate through people? Or do you get like your A team and you keep reloading back to beforehand? Because I imagine there's probably about a lot of both. Alright, so that's a polearm. So that's going to be you. The rusty shiv. Alright. I kind of wish our people would default to whatever profession thing they can handle. Oh, I lost my tinkerer. Alright, that's fine. The temptation is immediately, like, not go min-max, but, like, to do, like, a lot of strategy around stuff. It's like, no, it's not really the right approach. Okay, so we should go to you. If you keep losing and replacing, you will lose sooner or later. Yeah, no, that's what I was figuring. I was figuring, realistically, I should be backing out each time I lose a person. Which is part of the reason in my head I'm like, okay, I probably want to start fresh.
Be sure to hold on to the vials after using them.
I want to start fresh. I'm going back and forth because of being indecisive, because now I've kind of got, like, what the game is. And then leaning to actually, you know, not just letting people stay dead. Okay. A shipwrecked pirate crew. So the interesting thing is a shipwrecked pirate crew. I want to see what the pugilist is like. So this one doesn't start with stolen goods or whatever. So we're going to do this. I like the idea of having a pugilist. For those who don't know the word, it means it's a fist fighter. Someone who's going to punch and kick. Which is interesting to me. So we can gain more XP. So that reduces the fatigue. We gain XP and influence from fighting. Constitution means resilience, extra crit damage, and recruitment costs. I actually don't remember what we gave ourselves. Constitution feels like the no-brainer. The crit damage is interesting. It looked like the crit chance a lot of our people was relatively decent. Constitution. And then the flaw. Right, and we reduced our chance of crit. Yeah, you know what? We didn't get the choice of the, happiness one. Alright, that's interesting. We could slightly lower our carrying capacity. Yeah, we'll slightly lower our carrying capacity. That's gonna also hurt us. We do have the region locked or the adaptive, which there's pros and cons of that. If I'm like having a rough time, you can back out. I still think I want to go with the adapt. We'll go adaptive. I'm going to keep it on experienced, and limited I think is fine. That all felt relatively good. Progress in the game to unlock new starting reasons. I do like that this game sort of has like a roguelite element. In the sense that you do a thing to unlock a thing. Alright, so we've got our pugilist. So they get double strike. So it's not a lot of damage, but based on our stance we get an extra attack. It also weakens the enemy. You can also taunt. We can also get fury. I'm gonna have this person be like just a run-in cause mayhem. What we can do is I'll, like for the next stream, I'll put up a poll and see if people do want to see more of this. If there's enough people to be like, yeah, I want to see more of it, I'd be willing to give this a shot. Like I said, normally the tactics games, people fall off pretty quick. But, I mean, we're talking like within a stream pretty quick. So the fact that people are hanging out seeming to enjoy it. And you know what we're going to go ahead and do? We're going to do this. If you would like a character named after you, do !join. You're not going to get to choose the characters, just first come, first serve. But we will name the characters after people. That way when you die horrifically in tragedy, it really hurts. I mean, what? So what we'll do first is I'll go through and I'll get everyone set up. I don't see the notice names are going on. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. 1 second. I owe you all an apology. Give me 2 seconds and you're going to have to do all of that again. We had to turn that command off the other day because I was playing a game that had built-in command. Okay, so let's go ahead and we got that. Give me 2 seconds. And I'm going to have to reopen... Actually... You just need to re-enter. So if you re-entered before I mentioned there's a problem and I had to fix it, you need to redo the !join. Yeah, because I turned it off because as well as things that there was a game that had an !join command, and the bot and the game were fighting each other, so I had to turn it off. So I'll give that a minute. I'll still go through and get everyone sorted out here. So let's see. So slash, critical hit applies bleeding. Critical hit, triggered if landed critical hit, which maims. Alright. So you deal 4, you deal 3 to 4. So it's interesting here, if I crit, this one applies bleeding. So they lose 20% and they gain bleeding. And now they just gain bleeding. But both of them are based on crit. You have a 2-meter area. You have melee. So I'm not sure. I think the slash is probably an AoE. And then that's a 2-meter. So it's actually got a little... Actually, okay. So you have extra range. You might be a AoE. I'm not sure, but that's what I'm going to go with. And utility-wise, we'll have you be the sword and board. And then you are going to be our thief. You can run, fury, and all that. This engages and moves in a straight line up to 5 meters between units. I'll have you do Wrath. We're going to play aggressively. And then we'll have you here. And you can aim, run, bandage. Alright, someone's going to need to be a bandaging person. you're the most likely one to get wailed on. So these three are going to be in the thick of it. I really want you to have deftness. I think you are going to have to be my bandage person. Or we're just not going to worry about it. We'll just kill everybody and we won't have to worry about it. Alright, let's start drawing our names. So the person who's going to walk up, our pugilist, congratulations, our pugilist is Conrite. So Conrite, if you've ever wanted to punch people in the face, and the kidneys and the sides and anywhere else you can get at, it's your time. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. Aww. I wish I knew what it was like to be as attractive as you.
Why would you want to be so ugly? Love.
I love you. Make good streams.
Doing my best.
Yeah.
Alright. So then we got a person with a sword and board. Well, axe and board. And that is going to be, let's see. Orcanus. That is a, sorry. Oh, Orcanosaur. Let's see. Orcanosaur cat. Orcanosaur Eevee. That's going to be a rough one. I'm probably going to call you Orc. Okay. Orca. That makes sense. Oh, when I see the capitalization, that makes way more sense. I was seeing the all lowercase and I was looking at the divide being way different. That makes it way easier to understand. It's Orcanus Orca. That's a name that actually makes sense. Cool. Yeah, I was trying to make this into one word, and I was just like, I don't know what to do with this. Because unfortunately the command does lowercase the names, just with how it works. Alright, and then we've got, for our stabby friend, we've got Corp, Callum. Congratulations, you are going to go and stab a whole lot of people. And then for our archer, we've got Nagaskin. I will be naming the pony as well. So someone in the community is going to be who the pony is. The MVP of the team, Sentient Cookie. Congratulations, Cookie. You're sworn to carry our burdens. I'm also going to have to misspell your name because I'm one character too short. Wait, am I one character too short? Yeah, that's fine. Alright. I'm assuming that comes into play with the animal if you get ambushed. Alright, so we got our group of pirates. And I'm assuming we just get a flavor text, because that's also... Oh god, I'm the Lydia of the run. Correct. You're welcome. You get to have back-breaking pain from carrying all of her dragon scales. Sorry, dragon bones. At least your companions are still alive. That's more than would be expected when the storm sank their ship, along with their dreams of piracy on the high seas. Now, stuck in dry land, they've got all the time in the world to discover the joys of day-long heights, wild beast attack, hostile villagers, and more. But sailors are a resourceful lot, and they're sure to adapt and thrive. Okay, so this part appears to be scripted. Like, you got your flavor text to, like, introduce you, but then it's like, here's your first fight, and going with all that. Alright. So you have a stance. Unlocks the offensive tactics. Right. So we can go into a dense defense stance, Right, so the idea is, okay, so I can go attack stance, which means I do an extra hit, or I can go defense stance, which means I apply weakening to the enemy, which reduces the attack they do. That's actually kind of cool mechanic there. So what I'm going to do is you'll take care of the archer. So let's have you go and tie up that archer so they don't just run away. Go stabby stabby. Yeah, that's gonna repeat these engagement rules, that's fine. And then meanwhile, you're gonna run up here and you're gonna punch that dude in the face. Right, it's my actual attack that applies weakening, so it's not like I should trade off stances in the middle of a turn. Yeah, so by tying him up in a fight, he's gonna do like no damage. Meanwhile, you run up behind them. Okay, so the slash is not AoE. It is single target. That's okay. Yep, so we'll have too much of a chance of friendly firing, so we'll just not worry about it. Okay, very light poison hit. Okay, you punch him in the back. And then Fury. It's interesting that this one, as we're winning our fights and all that, our people are like cackling and all that kind of stuff. Really sinking in the pirate vibes. So you stab them up there for a lot of damage. Is there a giant world map yet? The world map's pretty big. I wonder what the DLC all costs. Because this definitely feels like a game I can lose a lot of time in. Which makes me kind of want to pick up the DLC. Stabby stabby. Alright. So I can repair our stuff. Mosquito proboscis. Surprisingly flexible. It's still in your cart. It has a lot of DLC. I figured it does. Yeah. Surprisingly flexible and resistant proboscis that can be dried and ground into a powder. Sure. A damaged dagger. A little bit of money. We can go to you. Who was the one person who didn't get to attack, by the way. I'll go with kill unit on this one. You can have crit damage. Okay, so the dexterity will increase our damage and our crit hit. So take our 2 points of dexterity on you. Yeah, and the implication is the corpses are no good unless you get cannibalism. Yeah, I am curious. How much DLC does this game have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's 5. It's 5 DLC. And they each seem to be around 10 to 15 bucks. So 13 DLC? Oh, wait, where are you seeing that many? Oh, no, that's new releases? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I'm only seeing 7 DLC and an OST for the game. Which is still a decent amount. But I'll have to look at it. I'm just trying to peek real fast. I just went to the DLC list. it might be one of those things that there's a 7 DLC and then there's packages that give you the DLC or whatever. I can worry about that later. All right, so let's talk to you.
When I think of how many people don't shoe their ponies, it makes me want to pull out the little hair I have left.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, is 7 DLC and a soundtrack.
Tell you what, buy a horse from us, and I'll throw in the horseshoes for free.
All right.
Although the war in Edarin has been a boon for my business, I cannot help but feel for my poor ponies. I can tell you aren't soldiers. Take them with you if you can. Otherwise, they would most likely end up dead on the battlefield through no fault of their own.
I mean, let's be fair, they'll probably end up dead with me as well. I'm imagining the chance of successfully stealing. It's not Paradox, but it's a lot for you. But you'll buy if the game is good. You have a lot of Warhammer DLC. Yeah. Can you take the horses? No, you have to buy them. She was very specific as buy them, not please steal my horses. We gained a knowledge point. Let's go ahead and do a quick save as we look at stuff. We got our compendium. Ah, so some of these are 2. Repair materials and villagers' blacksmith restore there. Allows you to have an enhanced control over your companion's evolution when they level up. You can spend influence to add 1 extra to an aptitude when leveling. Misanthropic troop. Companions who are on bad terms can toughen up by aggravating their quarrels even more. On Relation Scream, 2 enemies can use the insult action to gain the sociopath trait for 300 influence. Oh. Okay. Best friends can get drunk together and forget their woes. On relationship screen, 2 best friends can buy a drink action to cancel out 1 negative trait for 300 influence. I honestly feel like career plans seems very strong. That we could spend influence to give ourselves extra stats. So I think I'm going to hold out for that. No, I was pretty sure she said to buy them as well. Okay. So, our Axe Warrior is going to be our blacksmith. Not going to sweat that too much.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
I believe she had the same dialogue on both, Luxray. Okay, there's nothing to repair. We could buy raw materials and coal. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Because I also don't know if that's those things that'll be committing one way or the other. Then she'll yell at me about refugees are terrible.
Are you mercenaries? I'll have you know that we do not take kindly to refugees in these parts.
Sorry.
Why, you ask? Because they have overrun our streets and are now taking to the roads. Edarin is sending our way anything with legs and a mouth that cannot wield a sword. You have your work cut out for you. There is no lack of honest folk in need of help to fend off the refugee menace.
Can I kill her? You know, asking for a friend. I was like, very much so. I am going to make the same decision about doing this
Thank you for all the money.
Yeah. So I went ahead and did the same thing, so that we'll run into him again. I might be less merciful this time. Alright.
Please, can you spare some food?
I will give you a bread.
Thank you so much. I will pray for you.
Because that's giving me a bunch of influence, and I can use that influence to hire people.
Come, come. Take a look at my wares.
Okay, have a dagger I don't have a use for. Yeah, and then they just all have stuff there. But yeah, so that person I rushed through the dialogue, I shouldn't have done that. Basically like, I'll polish your armor for $10. And I was like, cool, I will help you for refugee. And then they stole $20 off of me in addition to that. By the way, we can't see your full inventory. Oh. I don't think I actually care that much. You're not missing a whole lot. Because it is one of those things, I've got information everywhere on this screen. So I don't think there's a place I could really put this camera where it's not in the way. That is a downside with almost every game that's a bit information dense. Yeah, so this is where the tavern would come into play.
Apologies, mercenaries, but the owners of this architectural wonder will only sell to fellow tavern keepers. If you know of any, please be sure to tell them. This building is a great opportunity for anyone who wants to set up shop.
Yeah, so this is where we could end up buying that DLC. Now, I don't know, again, if we would run the tavern and that would be like an extra thing in there, or we find someone who then runs the tavern, or how any of that works. But it is interesting. Alright, so we'll get an apothecary. That feels like a good choice for the rangers since they stab. Because apothecary, while it does mean medicine, usually also means poisons. So, you know, that's pretty cool. Alright, so who do we have here?
Nothing scares me, and I'm a quick learner. You won't find a better companion.
That voice does not match that person. So we could get another pugilist. I don't think I want two pugilists. Now granted, this one's already a tinkerer. Let's see what else we have available for us.
I'd rather become a mercenary than beg on the market square.
So this would go and give ourselves another thaumaturge. Which again, the gimmick here is we get to inhale a bunch of stuff and it does things. It seems like the magic with the thaumaturge is like later on you can use them to like boost your people or penalize others.
Provided you pay me handsomely.
And you're just a straight up spear person, which we don't have one. So let's see what our choices are. Yeah, so both of them, so I can hire one or the other. We can get the thaumaturge, which right now I'm not going to be able to do too much. He's the one who, like, huffs his stuff. And then ultimately we can use an attack with it. That's AoE and relatively decent. Versus this is a dude who runs up and puts a spear through the side of things. I'm leaning towards the thaumaturge because I feel like there's more we can do that's interesting with that. Because once we start leveling this up, that's where we get where we can have it where we set people on fire, burning, like... We can burn them, bleed them, corrode them, poison them all at the same time. Or we can make it so we boost our own people and heal them. Or we can give our people like a really massive buff in their ability to fight, but then they get poisoned on the other side of it. Which, like, this is your support role, and this is just kind of a cool one where you can just go up and just dumpster some poor person with all the penalties. You are an alchemist. I see. What was your profession?
I'm at your service, provided you pay me handsomely.
And you're a tinkerer. Alright, we're hiring this guy, because I don't need two alchemists, so we're going to go ahead and grab you. Now let's see if I can name you. I can. Alright, and so our stabby dude here is Luxray. Cool, you're okay with this? I mean, if you... I renamed you and it said my companions liked it. I don't know what that says. Alright. Before we get into it, let's save here. Before we grab our contract.
Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissaries is to ensure that all service requests are fulfilled. We regularly update our job offers.
Okay. Alright, so this is what I was figuring. So these are all randomly generated. Oh, we can accept 3 quests. So, we have... There is... a gang that's inconvenienced the wrong person. A group of drunkards that decide to square off with the refugees. So we gotta, like, kind of put down the fighting. There is another gang of bandits that need to be dealt with. So we're just gonna hit accept. 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 Because it didn't seem like there's a time limit on any of those, and I don't have any influence to go to that guy and be like, hey, you got any cool stuff for me to do? Because I'm assuming all the stuff in there is, like, randomly generated, that kind of stuff that we can keep repeating them for effectively ever. So, with that said, let's look at our map. I would say the nearest one is the drunkards to the southeast. Which is back the way we came. I am going to grab whatever this off is. Oh, before we go too far, I do not have much food. I forgot with the farmers we started with that. Your group is tired. If we don't rest, they will potentially die. Alright. So, with all that said, you are my tinker. So go tinker. There's nothing I can have you make right now. We don't have the raw resources. But you'll give us a little bit of stuff during that. There's not a whole lot else for them to do here. So we'll go here, profession-wise. And we rest. Okay. So we gained happiness, we gained maximum valor points, and we got ourselves a little bit, and we got some of our valor points up. Yeah, so we're pretty good there. Yeah, so let's get back to town before we head out. I didn't notice that we have, like, no food. So let's go to the marketplace.
You touch it, you buy it.
Okay. Temporary reduced price on the apples.
Those refugees. I understand there's a war in Edoran, but that doesn't mean they can just help themselves.
I'm gonna grab the veggies. I'm not sure if we have to cook the meat. I don't think we do, but I'm a little concerned. That puts us up to 5 days. Man, getting that food as farmers was
I understand there's a
was
war
significant.
in Edoran, but that doesn't mean they can just help themselves.
All right, yeah, let's leave the meat alone just in case we have to cook it. I don't really have the capability of doing much with that. I do have 5 days worth of food now instead of 3. Am I going the right way? I don't think we are. We are not. So cut through the woods here. Let's ambush them. Alright, so we ambushed the deserters. What does the 8% on your name mean? Damage is increased by 10%. Let's have you run up first. So you can hit this person in the back. The dev by chance mentioned when the DLC releases? I thought it was out. Because I believe it's on sale. Why? Oh, I'm clicked on the wrong person. I believe it's on sale right now. I was under the impression it's out. I can double check that real fast. Because the new DLC is the, where are you at? It's the Fires in the Capital. I'm pretty sure that's out. Let me check. Oh no, you're right. That's interesting. So let me see if it says when it would be in my notes. My apologies. So they just, does it really not say here? Because they mentioned that the game is on sale and all the DLC is on discount up until the 27th. Says it releases April 23rd. My apologies. It releases April 23rd. So it will be releasing tomorrow. My apologies. I missed that note. So it releases tomorrow. Okay, so you need to finish your turn. My hope is I can get you around that trap there. And then you start punching. So you're going to go first. We've got them both trapped in melee. Oh, right. My yeah. So it's coming up soon. That's a very important detail I missed. That's, not the best that I missed that, in all honesty. Alright, so here we go to stabby stabby in the spine. That's not a stab. Yeah, no, I get that as a crit. But, all right. This is going way better than the other one. I don't know, like, I mean, it's probably because we haven't leveled up. We haven't leveled up the enemies we're fighting. We got Chipped Axe. We'll grab that. And then Corp gained a level. So Dexterity gives us more damage and more crit chance. So that is the answer we're going with. Okay, every time the unit ends their turn with an enemy they're not engaged with, we gain Valor. Every time they crit them, we gain Valor. Yeah, you're going to kill more people than standing around near people. So today was literally my first day playing the game. So we played for a couple of hours while we were like figuring out basic mechanics and all that, and then I was like, you know what? I want to do a new run. Now I have the mechanics down. Well, some of them. All right, let's go ahead and make you into a hunter. The huntsman examined the traces left of the animal of the world as they start the hunt. The path indicates the animal's direction. By examining your surroundings, you may find additional traits that will give you a bonus against the animal group you are hunting. Animal carcass. This animal died of illness. Well. All right. The half-eaten animal carcass is left here. Nagi says determined that the animal headed off to the southeast. So where that was showing that the hunt was still going on. Level 1 bears. Ferocious bear. They'll start with fewer units. Okay, so what's it say under your information? Ferocious. Animal statistics are increased compared to other members of its species. Ferocious animal. When this unit should die, it gains dying and survives. If it already has dying, it dies. Okay. Hot-blooded. Every time this unit takes or deals damage, it gains rage. Damage is increased by 5%. So it sounds like in this particular case, if I can go... I wonder if your multi-hits count as 1 hit doing damage or as 3. Because I'm leaning towards switching you to your defense stand. And grabbing you immediately. Okay, it only counted as 1. Alright. So with that, we basically ran up immediately and grabbed the ferocious bear and put weaken on it. Meanwhile, you... Oh, we need to enter turn. Meanwhile, you're going to run up to this bear and pull it into melee. I was really hoping to hit with the bleed, but that's okay. Okay, that hurt quite a bit, but you're alive. We have surrounded the enemy for a bonus. Oh, you hurt so much. So retreat you out of the way real fast. just do your best to keep that tied up for as long as possible. Oh, right. Let's try and block this bear as best we can. I think we're reloading. Forget the other bear, like, one bear is enough to keep us tied up right now. I got 3 people who are waiting to die. You're gonna go right here. Oh no, you're going after the one who can actually fight back. Okay, so the bears are going to just wreck our face. Like, I'm not going to take down one of them. That was with 4 of our people concentrating on one bear. Okay. Needless to say, that's way past done. Alright, so let's double check. So that would have been you. Yep. Yeah. So the bears, they cause problems. Oh, wait, we gotta go farther back than that. It's always hard to tell, though, with games. Like, yeah, bears in real life are super strong, but in games, they'll be like, oh, you're just a moderately hard enemy. Where? Oh, there you are. Oh no, you go this way and then up that way. Alright. And we just go right back to sleep, because I forgot to say the last time. Let's use the bread first. It's lots of hunger. Let's just get it out of here. Cool. We got our happiness and all that. Okay. Last time I branched this way and I meant to go that way. Oh, I didn't pick up the food. That's okay. We're already out here. We're gonna go for it.
Where's them refugees? We'll toss them out ourselves. We'll toss them all out. Yeah, I've been drinking. We all have. How'd you know? You seers or something? Pfft, never mind. Leave us be. We've got refugees to clear out of Tiltron.
So, We could give them wine as a way of dealing with that. Or we could get leather by doing that. Well, there are people who are just getting drunk and beating up refugees. That is good enough reason for me to beat the crap out of them. The group of drunkards have decided to square off against refugees. They must be stopped before things get out of hand. Yep. Okay. You're gonna lose? Maybe. Like, that's the thing we're learning. Is, like, with a lot of these kind of figuring out the damage and all that, it can be a little tricky with a lot of these things. Like, what is a enemy that's actually a problem? So you have an exclamation mark here. Okay, it's basically telling me that this person's going to be able to take some damage. This difficulty is forgiving. Well, we're still on the same difficulty we were on the last playthrough. Keep in mind, this is only like our second or third fight. So we are extremely early game. So he lowered their damage. And I'm going to have you run up and grab this one. And lower your damage. We've got you both tied up into combat. And the hardest difficulty, there's 4 of them? Right, but again, this is literally my first time playing. And especially with the descriptors they use for the hardest difficulty, it was like... very, very heavily implied that's like, oh, you're gonna get the crap kicked out of you. Like, the hard difficulty, honestly... Oh, trade unlocked? Glorious. Okay. The hardest difficulty, honestly, very heavily implied that it was like, this isn't designed to be... Like, this is the, I wanna brag about it kind of difficulty. Alright, so you have a lot of, you know, tankiness to you. So switch your stance to the attack stance, so because that person's already got you locked in. We have surrounded them. Nope, it depends on your settings if you choose the difficulty to scale with your party or not in the region, more or less. You get more enemies than you have in your party. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I did choose to have it scale with the region. We are on the, like, adaptive or whatever it was called. Alright. And we surrounded and bullied. Prepare our stuff. We got a Watcher's Spear. A little bit of leather, a little bit of that. We can go to Corp here. Every time a unit ends... Yeah, so you're the one. You're going to be killing people. I'll give you your dexterity. They'll leave the corpses. You don't particularly mess with custom settings, just go to the hardest one. You always get 4 in that. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I didn't change much settings. When you start, it's like, do you want adaptive or region? I chose adaptive. There's no whatever, it's just you choose the 2. Neither's harder or whatever. And I chose experienced. It's cool that you play at the highest. What else is there? They've got the mines. Let's walk there.
Stop right there. This salt mine belongs to her ladyship Gonthrond. I can't just let you walk in.
That's fine. Okay, well, we beat up the drunks that were attacking people. Where is my number of... I must have only one. So we need to make our way back to town to get more food. Yeah, no, I definitely find with some of these games, there's some games I like to go into, like, the super hard, sweaty challenge difficulties. Like, I've done Project Zomboid. Historically, I've done RimWorld. These days, I actually don't run the hardest on RimWorld. I run, like, you know, harder than default, but not, like, all the way on the max. It can really kind of vary wildly depending on the game. I generally, like, a lot of Tycoon games, I don't like to run the hardest because, or not, Tycoon ones aren't bad. It's really different on which ways a game chooses to be challenging. That it can be a lot of fun, or it can be just kind of annoying to deal with. So let's see here. First of all, let's check out... So you've got the Watcher's Spear. So Luxray here was our Spearman. So you have Impale, which does 3 to 4 damage, and then does extra damage if they're at range. Strength +2. You have Strength +4. I would lose the Impale skill, but it gets Stunning Assault, which does 5 to 6 damage, and adds Destabilization for 1 round if they are already engaged with an ally, which drops their guard. So that's 5 to 7 versus 3 to 4. So I'll do that swap, even though I am losing where we could do double damage at range. And that's the only weapon we had. Let's talk to you.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
Alright, so we got a weapon sold here. We can go to the Traveler's Hall. Do this.
Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissaries is to ensure that all service requests are fulfilled. We regularly update our job offers.
Okay, we're getting our bounty for killing the
Here
drunkards.
is your reward.
Alright. Oh, they'll show me what direction relative to where I accept. Rumours there is an unexplored tomb with ancient dangers. Difficulty, average. Now, it looks like we can cancel these, and I'm not seeing the implication that there is a penalty. So I'm going to go ahead and take the tomb. And the reason I'm choosing the tomb is it is in the same area as this other one. So the idea being, we're heading that way, we can potentially do 2 for 1. Let's go to the market here, because I need food.
You touch it, you buy it.
Okay, none of your food is on sale right now. You never found Wartales difficulty setting more fun? It just adds bigger numbers, not game AI improvement. Yeah, that happens a lot. That's, it's honestly a discussion point that comes up on the channel every once in a while where we talk about, like, there's games that, like, you're playing the harder mode, the boss just has more hit points and hits harder. And usually that's kind of like your least interesting kind of way of adding difficulty to a game. It works, but like it's pretty bad. Some games they'll be like, okay, well, instead of reaching this unit, which is a little bit easier and has less mechanics, you'll get that other unit, and that other unit has more stuff going on to make it challenging. Okay, so we resupplied. I don't have enough influence to recruit anyone else. So, we've got this one up here that's relatively nearby, and then we got the 2 down here. So I think we're going to go northwest out of here. Yeah, so I have no idea about this one. Like I said, I just kind of grabbed the experienced because that seemed most aligned with where I was at. Where it's like, hey, you're familiar with this style of game, that kind of thing. But because they don't give me any like real quantity number of what it is, they're just like, hey, this one's for experienced player. Hey, this one's gonna punish you. Hey, this is if you wanted to like roll around with open wounds in salt while also, you know, covering yourself with lemon juice while someone, you know, poked spiky things into your eyeballs. Let's ambush the wolves. So let's ambush the wolves. Because they're made out of meat. Alright. Have you move over here. And slap that wolf. You move over here. And stab this wolf. Some actions grant temporary valor points that must be used before battle ends or they're lost. That's fine. And then we yell at it, causing it to explode. Okay, you're engaged. I'm gonna run up to you. Probably finish the job and destabilize it. The last wolf sitting there, it's like, there's no need to risk hitting myself. That'd be the only way that Luxray gets into any real danger is I slap Luxray with an arrow and then immediately follows up again, hit by the wolf. Bonus damage from back hits. Alright. Repair the equipment. You leveled up. Thanks for not shooting you in the butt. Look, no promises for next time, but you know. Okay. So with you, we can get you crit hit and damage. So that would give you 1 more damage there. So the crit hit chance is very low. It's 3. We can bump it up to 5. Of which it would give me 30% more damage. I honestly would rather take that we just get 1 more damage reliably. Unless there's something really elaborate we get from crits here. So we can get Rampage. So if we critically hit, that's your trigger if this ability lands. Fury, damage your next hit is 50% more. So it does 3 hits of 2 to 4 damage, and then we get bonus damage if we crit. So that's leaning into a crit build. We've got Mighty Maelstrom, or we got the Executioner, which does Cutting Maelstrom, deals 3 damage to all units in the target area, attacks 1 time for each unit in the area. So that's definitely where we would run into a group, and it would ramp up to do a ton of damage. But pretty worthless on its own. Ovation. The unit and all allies in the area gain riposte. Next time this unit is attacked by their engaged opponent, they attack with a return with an opportunity. So you gain Constitution, Strength. Okay. So we can lean in and go just all in on the crit nonsense. At which point this would ramp up potentially to a lot of damage and not cost much valor. Execution seems like it'd be extremely strong, but situational. I think I'll go with the Berserker, because I already got 2 people who can tank. Like, one is a dedicated tank. I say as I'm looking at that person, it's fine. We already committed. It's fine. We still have someone who can act as a tank. We're going to take it all. Thank you. Yes, we got 2 people without profession still. We'll check to see if there's anything you can make that we care about right now. Not yet. We'll get there. So with that, we'll just go immediately to bed. Alright. I could make a lockpick. I already passed the time from it. That honestly wouldn't be a bad idea to make at least a lockpick just to have one, in case we hit a scenario where that would come into play. I will save, since we've gone through day. Yeah, so we have adapted exploration, experience difficulty, limited. Yeah, so like the survival difficulty, to me, a way a lot that one reads is that we're just going to have to like kind of be a bit more grindy on food and all that kind of stuff. It looks like we got a windmill over here we can go to. Knowledge point gained. Alright, career plans. Because the idea that we can spend influence to get additional aptitude, that feels like getting more stats early on, that the earlier we get it, the better. Give me your hemp. It's all mine now, you can't have it. I can steal your wood if I want. If we ever get desperate, we'll do that.
I am terribly sorry, mercenaries, but there is nothing of interest for you here. This is but a simple sawmill, and I am its humble owner.
You are dressed like you're a mercenary. I am dubious. Okay, and the place we're going is right up here. We can grab those mushrooms on the return trip. Those trees can put up a heck of a fight. I mean, that's fair.
You there! If you are so inclined, you could give us a hand. But if you're just loitering about, be on your way. We'll make do without you.
Alright. So, we have the tough we can attack, or the guard patrol we can attack. The curiosity here... So we become... This one we gained influence, and this one become incredibly wanted. Sure. Yeah, and we do get them as allies. I was actually curious, like, how's that going to work out? Because you should have both parties involved. Some characters are important. If they die, the battle will end. Important allied characters must be protected, and important enemies captured. So you're the thug. And I'm assuming, yeah, you've got that same stupid poison dagger. Oh, actually, wait a second. Devious? Oh, yeah, that dagger's no joke. It seems to be one of the favorites for a lot of them. Let's put you up front. So what I could probably do... is run you up here. You're the tank. You're going to taunt them. You're going to slash him, hoping for bleed. And you're going to rampage. Do we want to rampage? Yeah, we'll rampage. Okay, so I don't control them. The good news is they picked up on that one's the threat. Let's just hammer the threat immediately. So if I do that, oh, wait, never mind. You don't push anymore. Okay. So we basically ran up and just immediately took him down. My concern was if we didn't do that, like we only mostly took him down and didn't finish the job, there was always that risk that, there was always the risk that he would have gotten, you know, like the spin poison on literally everyone. Alright, so Conright's getting pretty roughed up here, because Conright is getting surrounded. Okay, we're going to... Yeah, we'll see if it'll land. I was hoping we could finish the job. No. You don't get the opportunity to retreat. Please don't shoot me. Don't friendly fire me. Okay. I was about to say, if you friendly fire Corp there and kill him, I was be pretty salty about it. Ringleader's Tabard. That is some really nice looking armor. And then Conrad gained a level. Let's see. If you kill an enemy, you gain a level. Every time this unit ends a turn next to an ally that is not engaged in combat, you gain stuff. Every time this unit engages in combat... Oh, well, you're going to be engaging in combat constantly. So you want to give 2 points for that. So career plans... The pugilist doesn't look like I'm going to be gaining damage with that. So we can go ahead and make you tankier. Cool. So we're going to be very spendy on our influence to use that. Oh, it's not giving me the achievements. It's Steam changed the notifications every time I'm progressing my achievements. Okay. Alright, so achievements aren't bugged in the game. It's all the progression achievements. The Steam UI change is popping up constantly. Be like, you made progress. You made progress. You made progress. But it doesn't say you made progress. It just shows the achievement down there, but it still has the lock on it. Alright, so let's head back. Get our pay.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Alright, so you can have a damaged dagger. I have 4 days of food. So we can go ahead and grab. basically, I'm trying to kind of keep around 5 days of food, I think. I don't know if that's a good amount or not. I was thinking, if you go over here and grab, I think that's mushrooms we see in there. No use armor? I can't use it yet. Keep in mind, light armor is a skill that you unlock. Is this day 4 of a new campaign? Yes. Because I'm brand new to the game. I guess our pugilist is going to be a woodcutter now. Alright. Oh, right. I was going to do that to check on the light armor. Right. Yeah, so you'd be light armor. So yeah, if we try and use this, you'll notice it says, cannot equip light armor. I'm going to check on our ranger. But yeah, no, we got to level up. But like I said, all your armor stuff is an actual skill that I think we get around like level 2 or whatever. Okay, so let's get over here real quick. I'm going to use it. We just have to wait till someone who can use light armor hits level 2. Yep, no, you're good. Let's go there. And also, for those who don't know Treacle, an absolutely fantastic content creator, I highly recommend checking out.
Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissaries
Plays
is to
very
ensure
similar
that all
things to what we
service
are, so we get our
requests
200 bucks for the quest. Plays very similar stuff to what we play. Definitely good times over there. Let's go ahead and grab the rat infestation quest, even though I'm not particularly ready to take it on. Just keep those quests moving. We can also bring another person in here, so let's see who we've got available.
The bandits took everything I had. I have nothing left to lose.
Okay, so you've got the crossbow, and crossbowman's its own thing. You are a woodcutter. I also don't know if you could change people's professions.
I want to see the world before settling down.
You're a tinker, so you're another pugilist.
I want to see the world before settling.
And you're another archer.
The bandits took everything I had.
So that'd give us a crossbowman. You're a heavy sleeper, does not reduce escape ability of nearby prisoners. Okay. Sure, why not? And that's our new person. So, as a reminder, !join if you would like to have the person named after you. You'd be the crossbowman. I'm going to go ahead and deal with food and all that while that's going on. And then we'll dole out who that's going to be and whatnot.
You touch it, you buy it.
Take all you've got. I'm gonna let that go for just a minute while I figure out where we're going next. Alright, so I think we follow this road down this way, and we see about both of those. Been in the fence to play this or Band of Brothers? I haven't paid Band of Brothers. And also check out the Ints. I've been playing some Slime Rancher 2 recently. If you're not familiar with Slime Rancher 2, you kind of go out and you have to like use different ways of capturing the slimes and all that stuff. And they get to like more complicated, involved, and challenging ones. But the Ints is a fantastic creator. Does that and like lots of like life sim, slice of life, Stardew Valley-esque games and whatnot, and that kind of thing. As a heads up, does stream in German, so just be aware. Does understand English, but their stream is primarily in German. That's like to make that clear so people know going into it. All right, so let's go ahead and grab our new person, and our new person You are going to be named Rambo. And I accidentally tabbed out of the window because my hand was too far left on the keyboard. So it's hitting all the wrong keys. Alright, got that correct. I mean, it makes me wonder, it's like, has taken the name Rambo and their companions like it. It would amuse me if it's like, has taken the name Rambo, the companions hated it. I think that's just the generic, you changed your name successfully kind of thing. Alright, so we need to be going pretty much straight south, so this road. Can you change their profession thingy? I don't think so. I think we tried that earlier, but it is worth checking. Oh, you can. Okay, so I could literally just change it. Well, right now we'll just keep them on woodcutter for the moment. Yeah, we'll do that when we rest, because it happens while we're asleep. Or no, that's not true. It's fine. When we go to rest again, I'll stop and I'll do it. And that was the bears that whooped my butt last time. Alright, let's save. Let's go over to the bears. Or not bears, whatever's here. Okay. So, what we can go ahead and do here is you start cutting that wood. You just go ahead and park your butt over here. Let's actually remember to do the lockpick. There we go. Alright. You don't need more iron. You would need 2 wood or 2 rope. So increases the maximum valor points and generates more at rest. Okay, and that's just temp. We'll go ahead and make that. Wait, when driven into rock, this spike can be used to hang rope to descend from steep cliffs. I will make one of those. Because we might need it at some point. And we earned a knowledge point for making all that stuff. Lovely. So we check on our knowledge points. I could get restoration. Repair materials and village blacksmiths restore 5 additional armor points. Drinking buddies, we can use a ton of influence. To buy a drink to cancel a negative trait. Which is interesting. I do not have any of the DLCs. I am brand new to the game. Well, I have none of the DLCs. I have just the base game. We have the one where we can make them hate each other. Yeah, so all these give us all sorts of just long-term benefits. Like, eating less food is really strong. We'd also get the workshop. We get the saddlebags, we get the better campfires, the workshop. The last time when I was messing with the very start here, when we started this section of the stream, I wanted the workshop right away. I think this time I'm going to try and go with these. So let's go ahead and get rationing and frugality to make our resources go farther. And then we can start working on trying to upgrade the air stuff. So with that, let's go to sleep. And we get to eat. You're welcome. Okay. Okay. So we gained a bunch of happiness. We gained influence because people are happy. And we now have gained a bonus to our combat experience. We also got resin and raw materials. So that's all good news. I'm enjoying it so far, yeah. So let's inspect here. Alright, so I think what we do is we're going to take our archer, and our archer is now going to be a hunter. Okay. Let's see, the campfire was quickly abandoned and has burned itself out. The trace suggests that people who built it were chased away by animals. Noggin has determined the animals headed off to the northeast. Now, before we pick a fight with something that might murder the absolute crap out of us, do a quick save. This animal died of illness. Two bears and a ferocious bear. Okay, so the last time we attempted this, we got utterly murdered. This time we've got the surprise. We do have more numbers to throw at it. So we're going to try to make this work. So I'm going to run in here. Switch to our defensive stance. And engage with you. I should have repositioned people here. I botched this whole thing up already. You go ahead and pop down here. You're gonna stab the other bear to lock it up. There's an option to restart the fight. Oh, okay. Yeah. Because I messed up my positioning in that one. I want to basically get all the bears tied up in there and then just kind of relentlessly hit one of them. And to go with the other one. It seems like the option would be here to try and do what you can. If you think fighting and losing a battle, you can leave combat by hitting retreat. Your companions will suffer damage, but they will survive. Okay, so you're here. That's fine there. We'll move you up so you can actually get some arrow hits in earlier. Alright, so again, plan for you. Beeline up here. Defensive stance. Because we can reduce your damage to half. We're just trying to tie you up as much as we can. Now we've got you. Gonna run over here. You're gonna taunt them to reduce their damage. Probably should have used that on the big bear, but that's okay. And do a bunch of extra damage there. Alright. Now the catch is, I can run you up into this one to tie you up. But that bear is going to hit really hard. But if I let you loose, it can potentially flank and do extra damage. So I think we go out our way to not let it get the extra damage. So your job isn't even necessary to win this fight, it is to try and not die. hit so hard. You just hit so hard. All right. Take your armor down. So it would take 8 damage, but I might be able to break and run for it. So I think you die the next set of attacks, because it's not just one hit. So let's stab you. Disengage. That's fine. And run. It hits so hard. We just need to finish this. Okay, you start running. You start running. And hopefully they'll focus on the ones still hanging in there. Everyone's just getting obliterated here. I don't even know what an armor rag is, nor do I believe I have the ability to make that yet. Okay. Needless to say, we knew going into that we were probably going to get messed up. So let's see. Trying to see which was the last save. I think that one. Well, that's the autosave probably going in combat. We've been pausing to save as much as possible between there. That's only a minute before that, so let's go ahead and grab that save. Can you use the bear traps? I don't get a cut for using the link, but if you do click on the link, it does let the devs know you found it here. And that does help. Yeah, no, that's just the thing. Like, I was definitely picking a fight with that. Most likely, I don't have the iron for it. I just have to go and collect those materials. Yeah, so we're not going to push the bears. A wealthy farm. Give me your hemp.
Are you mercenaries? Oh, blessed be the all-seeing eye. You are our last hope. I swear I will find a way to pay you. You must warn my husband's friends. They need to come and help him. Yes, ask them to come. If only they could speak in his favor. Reason with the people who want to kill him for a handful of grain.
We would be rewarded with a bar of soap and some influence and such.
My husband only told me that his friends live north of the lake, not far from here. Please come back quickly.
Okay.
Do not take pity on this scoundrel. He fled his home country to come and steal our crops. This Eduranian leech will be strung up for his crime. And soon we'll all sleep easy.
Oh, there it is.
I am terribly sorry. I shouldn't have agreed to this, but we'd run out of food, and we were starving.
Alright, that's fine. Oh, we gained the exploration thing. Cool. And looking at our map, it's fine, we'll figure our way around. Yep, there's also a path up here. But yeah, no, very genuinely clicking on those links. They're what's known as a tracking link. And like I said, basically all it does is it hits their server long enough to let them know that you got here. Just kind of like scritches down. That's like, hey, one person came from there. Smoke. But then it just redirects you over to Steam. Now, she was all like, please hurry, they're gonna hang this guy. And I'm like, you know what? I'll get to it. At some point, on my terms. So I think this road down here is the one we actually want. Let's go and turn our way back around here. Because it definitely feels like it should spend time working through the existing region before working to the next one. I'm sure there will be cases that I'll have to go to another region to finish the stuff in the past region. Okay, you can ransack the corpses.
Are you here to catch some fish? Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
Okay, so we've got the ability to make someone into a fishing person. So let's check. Because when we looked here, oh, we also got Scholar. Alright. So if we check on our people, we had 2 people who got Woodcutter. We'll make Rambo our Scholar. Alright, I'm not actually planning on doing that right now. The big thing is to, like, spread out our skills between a bunch of things. I figure having a big, like, a very diverse skill set is probably better than having, like, 5 people who could just all mine or something like that. And I'm doing that partially just in case you walk into a place and immediately put you in decision. Okay, so there is... The former members of the army have settled here. Alright, 1 second. It has nothing to do with our stuff. I don't really care about that right now, so we're not going to cause a fight there. So, I don't care about running. For the money, crowns gained from battle are increased. We can carry more. We could recruit cheaper. We'll get more of these. In this case, though, let's go ahead. I still like that you can get a whip, and you can assign a companion to make your people work harder by giving them a whip. That's just... It's just a thing, it's like, okay, that seems like a reasonable approach. Don't worry, I'm sure some mercenary work will come my way to have me go over and murder the crap out of you as deserters later. Give me the hemp.
When Lord Lahart burned down my stables, my whole livelihood went up in flames. But Danae found us this place. A true blessing from the eye.
Okay.
My parents were sheep farmers back in Edoran. When I brought them to this abandoned sheepfold, their tired faces lit up, and I saw hope in their eyes for the first time since we left. Unfortunately, we've just learned that this building belongs to a man called Wilbert. I would like to meet him and convince him to let us stay here. But I would feel safer if mercenaries such as you could escort me. The good people of Titran do not look kindly upon us refugees. I fear this Wilbert person might become violent or refuse to even listen to me. I am willing to give you all I have for my parents' safety.
Okay, they'll give me a medallion.
Oh, thank you. I will meet you there.
All right. So, considering we don't know exactly what that is, and that's just right over there, I'm just going to work my way over to this one and grab it real fast. Oh, it's literally where we just came from.
Why refuse? We are sheep farmers. If you would just let us stay in the sheepfold, we could...
Absolutely not. I inherited this barn from my sister. I will not let anyone take it from me.
But you are not even using it. You are a fisherman. What use would you have for a sheepfold?
That is none of your business. I will do as I please with my property, and I will do what I must to protect it from raiders.
Okay.
I will not go anywhere until this old fool comes to his senses. I refuse to send my parents out onto the roads again. I just can't do it. You agreed to help me. So please, convince him to let us stay and you will get your reward.
Alright, what's your thing?
What's it to you if I use that sheepfold or not? That has nothing to do with it. That pile of rubble is mine. That woman has no right to stay there and is making a fuss. I'll pay you handsomely if you make her leave.
Okay, so I can threaten him, and I'll either gain a little bit of wanted level or a lot of wanted level. I can bribe him. And the idea is being basically we're buying the property for him. Or we can agree to, like, run her off. So, In this case, I'm not approaching about the legality side of it. In this particular situation, he's got his fisher stuff, he's doing fishing thing, and they've let this sheep place go to rot. And he hasn't been like, oh no, I'm saving this for someone, oh no, like, I need this, oh no, like, any of this other stuff. He's like, no, it's mine and you can't have it. Meanwhile, the other ones are refugees. So to me, I'm making sure she gets that. Now, at the same time, it is his property, and I'm not going to sit there and turn around and be like, let them use it or else. If it does it, we'll just pay the man off.
But if you want to buy the sheepfold, that's a whole other story. That pile of rubble is all your... or theirs, for all I care.
That's fine.
Has he accepted? Oh, blessed to be the all-seeing eye. You cannot imagine what this new home means for the three of us. Please, accept this as a token of our gratitude.
Yep, so we got a medallion.
I have to go. I must tell my parents the wonderful news. They will be thrilled.
Alright. That resolved it. We didn't have to murder anyone. I didn't have to become wanted. Obviously, you're like trying to, you know, do things where you can make the most money or whatever. We could have gone through and threatened him and then just kind of laid low. So Encyclopedist, we gained knowledge. So we got another point on our PP. That's what we got to do. Sometimes you got to get those PP points. Okay, so that gets us 1 point of willpower. I wasn't sure which one it went on. All right, so you got a point of willpower. Good for you. You have a cold beer, you can now enjoy more bear fights. Yeah, we fought the bears twice. Like 2 different locations. We will ultimately want to fight bears and like deal with that. I kind of like, these are kind of games you 100% feel like you just want to 100% where if there is a like hunting area and it's not just like a daily regenerating thing. I don't know what that skull means. So we ambush them. I don't know what the skull means. Goes on a skull like, you know, oh, these ones are super tough. Alright. So you're gonna go up here. You should be here. Alright, so the plan is for you to tie one up. You want the answer to the skull? Nope. We'll figure it out. Or we won't. Okay. So, yeah, we can go ahead and get the jump on them. None of them are standing us particularly stronger than the others. I'm going to go ahead and keep us in our attack stance. Oh, there we go. Finish the job. You know, that wasn't a bad move. Yep, no, you're all good. I do often basically ask questions that are not really kind of meant as an extra question. I went ahead and just finished the job on that one. Oh, I should have used Wrath on you. I forgot you have Wrath. I just autopilot be like, I can just one-tap this dude and deal, you know, finish them real quick. And you're not going to be able to get a clean shot in there, so we'll just have you stay out of it. We don't need to kill our own friends trying to go for hits that we don't need. Nope. You don't get to leave. Okay. Repair equipment. Get that. We got some armor, an immortal bloom, which is a flower, and some sandstone. And then we need to rest because our people are really tired. So you're cutting the wood, you're doing all this. Let's go here. So we need iron ore to do all that stuff. We can go ahead and make our rope. And if we get salt, or we get more cloth, we can make those. The camp chest will be good when we have a thief. I don't have a thief, so I'm not going to worry about it. So that'll be fine there. It's time for food. And we need to pay our people. All right. So we gained happiness. We gained more experience due to the rest. We're gaining influence due to everyone being well taken care of. So that's all good news. And before we do... Oh, it just automatically makes me... Okay. We must make do with what we have. Rambo doesn't seem to like a bad choice. Okay. We can ignore Rambo as if they didn't exist. We will lose relationship with Rambo. We will gain valor. And we gain relationship with everybody else. Okay. We can befriend Rambo, which makes him happy, and it builds up our relationship. Rambo. We can urge Rambo to live up to the group's reputation and gain levels. Well, I mean, this is probably the safe one. Rambo gets a bit happier, and we build up a relationship. Because this one, I get the Valor for 1 day. I don't think that's worth it. Not for that level of consequence. It's weird, though, that it gives, like, this one gives me the biggest net gain of relationship, because everyone gets a plus, and then there's the minus there. And pretty soon we'll be able to gain a level to put stuff to use. Alright. Yeah, so we're gonna go southwest, is it? And I still got 4 days of food. And the place I'm looking for is like almost straight west. We're probably going up in the snow. We're gonna find out if that's a thing that's a problem. Galeth the Terrible. I wonder why it feels like it's so much easier this time. We're not seeing the same threats we did last time, and we're on literally the same settings. I do feel like we definitely have a better party layout this time. Okay, so you're the big threat. So you cannot be captured, and you have increased stats by 30%. And it ignores guard. Okay, so they're more a defensive unit than anything else. And then being here, they do buff everyone. So let's start with Conrite. I'm gonna have you zip on over here. Let's defensive stance you. And reduce your damage. Then we'll grab you. And have you grab their leader and reduce your damage. I don't think we burn our Valor point on that one. With all his defenses up, a lot of that's going to go to waste. Meanwhile, you are a very tanky person. Let's pop back over here. And penalize your defenses a lot. And then you run over here. And bring this guy into combat. Alright, meanwhile, let's see if we can't get to an angle that you can support. And same for you. Cool. So what are you doing here? Is readying a skill they cannot start any other action or be engaged in combat. Coup de Grace deals 11 damage to all units in the area at the start of the next turn if an opponent disengages. Alright, so the idea here is we're going to take 11 damage, and I kind of can't do anything to prevent it, unless we can manage to knock him back. I don't have any knockback abilities ready. So that is going to be just the way it is. So meanwhile, let's have you run up here, and you're just going to tank that with your face. You did lower the damage, luckily. That's fine. Your armor's still holding. Haunt him again. See if we can't get that bleed on there. Thank you. Stick him in the back. Oh, you can just queue it up back to back? Okay, that is actually a problem. Kill that man. There we go. Alright, and done. This is strange. You somehow bugged the mobile app so much, you're hearing 3 of you. Excellent. Alright, so we repair our stuff. It was a bit of a rough fight. We did get a really nice helmet. Once we have someone who could use heavy armor. We will take that. And that is the ruin we're looking for. So let's save real fast. And then I need to go to Sentient Cookie, our horse. And I've got plenty of influence, so we're going to go ahead and use influence to make Sentient Cookie a little bit tougher. And then we're going to go to Lux Ray. So Lux Ray, let's see, every time you end a turn next to an ally that's not engaged in combat, you gain Valor. Every time the unit kills an enemy, you gain Valor. Every time the unit ends their turn next to an ally that's not engaged. Next to an enemy that is not engaged. Probably do it this way. Alright. The Curiosity. So I can't double up that. So I can boost your Constitution and Health or your damage. I'm going to use Career Plans and continue to boost your damage. Because Influence does not seem like it's that hard to get a hold of. I know some things we saw were like 300 influence. I'm sure there's even more expensive stuff that'll be a problem. Okay, and this one it said was going to be legitimately harder. That's the reason I saved before I approached this thing. You will need torches to light your way as you explore those. If your light dies out, the troops will panic and flee. Okay, so get Conrad into position, move you up. Okay, neither of them are standing as particularly more dangerous than the other. So you'll go first. Interesting that you don't get taunt. Oh, it's probably every time you rest it recharges. Okay, we'll go... Honestly, just go for it. Should defend stance. It's fine, I guess. I'm going to deliberately go for the backstab for the extra damage. Oh, you survived by one hit, you troll. And if you run over here to the side, you're going to get pulled into a fight, I'm sure, but that guy's down, so it's one less threat. Okay, we can probably kill you before you can get that done. Go for it. Okay, that's fine. Stop charging up everything against him. Okay, you got that. So you're not engaged, so we can just walk you around, taunt you, and hit you in the back. And you'll just run over here. and just basically wreck their spine. Man, the number of crits you're getting. You're surrounded now. Oh, I guess it doesn't count surrounded. Okay. So repair all. We got more armor. That one I can actually use, I think, because well, actually, we'll double check that. Alright, so Nog skin has gained a level. Okay, so we can go for recoil shot that deals 8 damage to all targets in an area. Which I saw that was a straight shot. We have Infantryman, which targets an area of opportunity. The first 3 enemies crossing, basically shoots the first three enemies that go around. That's only going to be good if I can have a choke point. If I can have a choke point, I can force the enemies to pass through that. The Beastmaster is interesting if we start capturing beasts. I think the slow is going to be helpful because that will be our very first opportunity to get some crowd control by putting a slowing effect on there. Well, I mean, I guess taunting is also crowd control. Yeah, that's two valor points. So I think we're going to go for that one. Rare plans. Crit. Cash me in. Alright. What would it take for me to craft some torches? Grease, which I have absolutely none. So the reality is, I physically can't go in there. I have no torches. Oh, we should also check on our people. Because I think 1 or 2 of you leveled up to the point you can actually use stuff. Yeah, you're level 3, so you can actually use equipment now. So you do have really good light armor. That's very high on the armor stat. You can use the Outlaws. So the Outlaws is a massive step up. So I'm going to put that there. And the reason I'm using that and not the other one is I want to give the stronger armor with that stuff. Probably to our other person is level 3 that we get to start using all this equipment. Okay. So we can go ahead and camp back up. So unfortunately the ruins, we can't do much with that right now. Let's go ahead and break camp. There was a person standing out front.
Pretending to be scholars exploring the tomb, are we, mercenaries? Steel yourselves. People often go missing in there.
Okay. You are willing to sell me torches for a pretty high price. So I grabbed 4 torches, which is a pretty big spend. I don't see anyone else there. Okay, so we don't see anything here. We don't have a crude key, nor do we have anything else. So we got collapsed tunnel that way. The statue depicts a man named Dagon. Something about his posture makes you want to sing. Sing. Profession discovered. Bard. Honestly, for right now, congratulations, you're a bard. Press the left mouse button with the notes on each string to play the sheet instrument. Your reward will depend on your quality of your performance. Wasn't expecting a rhythm game, but here we are. Okay. The performance seems to have triggered something. You got fragments of a precious item. Artist Codex 1. It appears to be everything we could go down here, so I'll turn back. Explore this one. Stones of all sizes are strewn across the corridor. They seem to have fallen from the ceiling, obscured by darkness. Run, advanced cautiously, turn back. Let's wait. We already paid. Advance cautiously. Use light. Slowly but surely, you reach the other end of the corridor. Novice Scholar. It's a slide puzzle, isn't it? This is curious. Oh, I need to introduce that one in that last pass. So you go on the top left. Oh man, it's been so long since I've done these. Let's get this one on the top left, because once you do that, you can usually just deal with your last 6. Alright. So to get that the way I want it, I need to bring you over. I need the opening to go the other way around. I need those in the reverse order. Alright, this'll do it. So I bring this around, we bring that around, we do this, go here, go down, go left, and we're good. Now this one needs to go up there. You're the tricky one down here. You're the one who's out of position right now. Alright, it's been so long since I've done this, so it took me a hot minute to remember the way. Mountain Ruin, we've got. Turn back this way, go down this way. We get pretty close to where we're going to be out of torch. I'm hoping this is the last quarter. You feel a warm breath behind your shoulder. Fight. Combat. Level 1, whatever, Mole Rat and Creeper. They can't fit everyone on this side. Put you in the center of this position. There is a torch in the ground up there. And down here. And we can't see what's in here with me. We have you. It's looking like they're going to get to go every turn other than my turn. Let's take our weaker units, so far as their tankiness, and start desperately trying to run them anywhere. My assumption is I've got to be either on top of them. Okay, so you got a decent amount of life. Let's switch to the defensive stance. So that we lower the damage we take. Okay. And taunt you. Alright, I have no idea how many of them there are. We'll work on it. Oh, there's another one there. I was kind of figuring that was the last one. Okay, we don't want to start with you. I might be able to make this situation not as bad if I can get you close enough. I was hoping I could finish the job on that one. That's fine. Okay, so finish you off. Oh, so when you bleed me, you do damage, or when you do damage to me, you gain life. So I've galvanized. I'm gonna go ahead and move over here. I'm gonna try and get my archer out of this. Let's not do the archer yet. The archer's kind of in a crap situation anyways. So Lux right here. Gonna work on your target. I see, that is a problem. So we're gonna need to gang up on these things. No. Yeah, I'm risking extra stuff. But I feel like if we kill these, we're going to get a lot more out of it. Crit it. Alright. Let me down there, buddy. So, kill you. I can't reach you. Luxray can deal with that. There. Zaz's the bigger threat. I guess start running back towards Luxray. I wasn't anticipating you just doing that fast. So you can... The enemy has lapped of their health left. Use chains or rope to capture them. You can place these units next to an engaged enemy to try and capture them. Interesting. So I'm going to use that to finish you off. Get my damage bonus. Switch to my attack stance. Do some significant damage there. Now, that's got friendly fire involved. Alright. Okay. We took a bit of damage, but we got that. In and out, nobody gets hurt. Don't lose any hit point in a fight where you are outnumbered. We definitely took damage there. Or I guess nobody got wounded, as I think is what it's saying. Which that would be true if that's, if that's what it's trying to go. We got carcasses and rats and cloth and teeth. Meanwhile, we've got Orca here. So defensive stance, each time the unit takes damage from a skill, you gain more valor. Every time you attack, your attack hits multiple enemies, you gain valor. Every time the enemy engages in combat, you gain a valor. Okay, well, I mean, the combat's probably the good one. Because every time we hit something, we're going into combat unless it immediately dies. Alright, and meanwhile, out of these ones, you're based on crits. That each time we crit with each time we crit with Rampage, we get Fury, which can give us 50% more. That is only 4 more damage, potentially. But that is also crit damage as well. The strength would give us extra damage guaranteed with our attacks. So we're going to do career plans, strength, pay it, give. Alright, then we got Corp here. We can do Cutthroat, which deals 4 to 5 damage and performs 2 additional attacks if it's an ambush, which is when we attack from behind. So we're basically getting a backstab that's really, really strong. Strategic, we can use Smokescreen. Forces enemies engaged in an area to disengage. They incur an attack of opportunity from their opponent. Oh. Okay. So if I ran my people in and got them engaged and then smoke grenade on them, we just get a bunch of free hits. Poisoner applies 4 poisons to all units in the area. Okay, and it's a pretty big area. I like this one. We're already running 2 of our people in to try and lock them up immediately. This would let me run in, lock them in. Can't use things. Yeah, no, I get the idea. The idea is we'd have our pugilist and our person with the sword and board run in, go in there, smoke screen them immediately, and just get those extra hits in there. It is between these two. The catch is this is 2 Valor. This is going to be a lot of hit, because that could be up to, it's going to be between 12 and 15 damage, not counting crits. So Cutthroat is pretty strong. We're going to hit something really hard. This one is going to be a lot more of a depends on the damage, but it is only 1 Valor point. On the other hand, disengaging is probably bad, because it means I can go run amok. I'm going to go Cutthroat. Sold. Alright. And out of these ones, I think I'm just going to take the crit by itself without doing anything, because we can't buff it. We got Rambo. Let's see what we can do with this. Every turn, this unit ends their turn next to an ally that is not engaged in combat. We gain Valor. Every time this unit ends their turn next to an enemy that's not engaged, we do that every time we kill a unit. None of these are particularly great. So far, the damage there hasn't been that strong. So I don't see you getting a lot of kills. We're definitely not going to have you stopping near enemies. So it's either going to be kills or support. If we put our archers near each other, they can get this. So I think I'm going to lean with this, with trying to put the archer next to you and making that happen. So dexterity gives you extra damage, and we get extra crit. We're going to do creative plans or advanced plans, and we're going to give you more damage to try and catch you up on the damage end of things. Alright, so let's save here. Your companions could just about slip through the small opening in the rubble blocking the way. We could break it, we could slip through, we could turn back. We'll wait to do that for a minute. Performance rune discovered. Is that... I mean, nothing else is giving me mouse over. I guess that might be it. Break. So we would need a person who is a miner. Slip through. The narrowness of the opening is nerve-wracking. Sentient Cookie panics and sustains an injury. Are we bringing our horse through this? I don't have this many people to... Alright, so you haven't done anything with your alchemy yet. Let's go ahead and have you change to Thief. Alright. There's definitely no save scumming happen on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Definitely no save scumming at all happening here. I didn't see it. Didn't happen. I'm having problems, like, I wasn't quite understanding the lock picking, so I was like, you know what? That's fine. It also tells me I'm going to need to keep some extra lock picks. It also doesn't seem like there's a consequence between... So my assumption of the negative here is by switching professions again and again, they would be losing progression. So, like... Oh, no, I mean, it could just be they... I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. Place your cursor on the mining circle. Press when the green overlaps. I did not grab the stuff. So bookshelf. Where is my scholar? We'll craft ourselves a tent. Then we can go here. So that generates more valor if we have people sleep in the tent. We can go to you and make ourselves a second lockpick. I don't have materials for a torch. So you gain happiness if we go that way. You gain bonus to valor if we go that way. I'll put 2 of you in there. You can go... Yeah, 2 happiness, 2 valor. The horse doesn't care. Yes, you have 2, 4, 5, 6. That's everyone. All right. We'll eat the dodgy meat of the various critters we're finding down here. All right. Fragments of a small item. Cool. And we gained happiness and all that good stuff, and we gained a bunch of points of valor and all that. We can go to our compendium. Let's see. For money, weight training, smooth talking, feat markers. Bonus valor points increased. Your companions are ready to fight. Let's see. Maximum valor points increased. We can also just go over here and be like, hey man, keep making stuff. So we can make a better tent or better campfire. I will choose a better campfire for now. We will check to see right now to make sure we can't make any of these things. We can't, so that's fine. A little more effort, and I'll make a name for myself. Even the Legion will want to hire me. Okay, so... Orca can stay dignified and gain influence. We could celebrate their success, and everyone gets to be a little bit happier. You can show off your skills and gain an aptitude point. I also have no idea if there is a maximum amount of happiness. Okay, so I think our happiness is maxed out. So we're not going to celebrate. We get the influence. Honestly, show off. Go ahead and get yourself some extra stats. So we'll have plans, more constitution. There you go. All right. Let's go ahead and step out here. The door is locked. We can't light up anything with that. Anatomy manual. All these skin corpses are nauseating. We've got some torches. Yes, I'm looking to see if we have an obvious pattern on the wall or something. Let's say before we hop into here. So for right now, you are going to go into doing thievery things. so hard to see at all what I'm doing there. Not the biggest fan of the lockpicking mechanic. I'm sure you get used to it, but like, with the fact that the room is dark as well, I'm having problems really kind of making out what's happening with it. I honestly kind of really like the lockpicking ones where it's more than just kind of like you go around and just have to like light touch it. I'd rather have something that's a little bit more mechanical. There we go. Artist Codec, Chapter 2. A ruby and a sapphire. Save that. Oh, because you're sprained, you can't actually do it right now. Because my figuring is that it would be down in there when I saw the slots on the one side. Because we don't see... Alright, there's not a sound cue that I can make out. Because one would assume... My god, please be brighter. There would be somewhere... Yeah, no, that's what I was kind of figuring, is that we had to backtrack. Make sure we got our sigil. Yeah, those are all kind of bronze colored. The good news is when I backtrack, it only costs me 1. Get back to the side room. I don't see these things. Oh, so we've got an orange or yellow. Let me go ahead and grab my pencil. All right, so there's one on the floor. So we have... So down the left, it is a symbol like this. That is yellow. And we see just that one here. Not seeing air symbols. Let's check in this room, because that would be where we could tell horizontally. We already had that key. That out. Not here. I gotta be careful, I'm burning up my fuel. Okay, we've got the blue circle there. And it's on the right room. We don't see anything like a scratch on it for 1, 2, 3 or anything like that. Alright. I really wanted to be in this room, and the reason I really wanted to be in this room If it's in this room, we can go left. You can go left, middle, right. But I don't think it's in this room because we've already looked around a bunch. Now, granted, it's so hard to see with this like little torch waving around. All right, I'm feeling pretty comfortable it's not in here. Something is written here. Read. It is the prayer asking for the artist's work to survive the destruction. Cool, man. There we go. So I'm going to assume you're the one that counts as the middle. So you got an hourglass with a line through it that's red. Okay. So we have the yellow. Oh, I see. I see. I didn't need to worry about the order because they're colored. So that must be the one I want there. Why are you... I'm just making sure it's not another symbol like that. Okay, so I drew mine a bit differently, but that's that symbol. The red is the hourglass. Okay. And then the blue is the circle. Alright, so... I'm going to save here. What I should do is backtrack out. Because I'm not going to have enough torch to retreat. I'm hoping we'll either find more torches in here, or if we finish it and we just retreat. The atmosphere of the hall is strange. Your companions can sense the eyes watching them. A pot breaks. Creatures lunge out of the darkness. Okay. Oh, level 3. Okay. This is potentially rough. And I can't... There's like one person I can't fit bunching them all together. So if I put one person by themselves, they are going to have a rough time. Let's put you with the others over here. Put you down here. Yeah, because I'm not sure. So you up here, you there, you down here, you up here. So we're going to have them kind of surrounded there. And you're going to duck back here. And we're just going to hope for the best, because I have no idea where the threat's coming from. There is enough room they could put them anywhere around us. Alright, so it's our turn. So I'm going to move you right next to them. You're going to aim. You're going to wait. You're going to reload. You're going to wait. We did that so you get an extra point of valor. Alright, so taunt. Hit him with your axe. We are going to have you open up with Fury. No crits, but that's okay. I was hoping you wouldn't tie the archers up in combat. We have Lux Ray go this way, so hopefully the next one attacks the Lux Ray. Since he's better able to take hits than the archer. It's a creeper. So you have Frenzy. So you're going to burn that. Why did I do that? That's for back hits. It needs to have a name like Backstab. That's fine. He wasn't going to be able to do it anyways. Like, to get the Backstab. You already burned yours. Okay. if you try and burn this one down. You work over your way to help the others. I didn't... Oh, you disengaged. Yeah, you disengaged to hit... Right. So that one disengaged, giving the free shot. Assume... Yeah, too high a risk of hitting a friendly. Oh, I forgot. You can reload and get an extra shot in. That was a waste. So Luxray is in trouble. You're also in trouble. So keep the taunt in you. Just do your best. All right. Oh, I should have put you there for the Valor. Scooch away. Put yourself in the way here as well. Actually, you should scooch just over here. Cool, nicely done. Yeah. Let's not take chances. Because they're mostly just going to give me corpses and maybe a little cloth. Alright. So our pugilist can get Wrestler, which does, let me say, a takedown, which is, if we're in attack stance, we have a 50% increased crit damage. Defense stance gains in position, where it doubles our guard. So that's definitely a strong one. We've got Bruiser. Bruiser deals 2 hits that do 3 to 4 damage ignoring guard. And then if an attack stance, the damage is increased by the amount equal to half of the target's guard. So basically an armored target, if I go into attack stance, I'm going to do a lot of damage. If we're going into defense stance, we add Fragility, which increases the damage taken by 30%, I believe, on the enemy. Then we've got Slayer, which gets us arterial, big neck vein, artery precision. Deals 3 to 5 damage to the target 2 times and applies bleeding. If in attack stance, it applies poison. In defense stance, it applies corrosion. So we would hit them, we would cause bleeding, which caused them to take 20% at the end of their turn. If we're in attack stance, they also get bleeding, which means they lose an additional 5%, or corrosion. Okay, so Slayer means I lose Constitution, but I gain Dexterity and crit. Bruiser means I just gain the Dexterity and crit. And then Wrestler means I gain Dexterity and crit. I'm leaning towards the Wrestler, Because, like, while we're not depending too much on crit, the in position doubling our guard will do good for when I'm just trying to tie something up. That said, ignoring the guard and getting extra damage as well for like a really armored target is potentially really strong. Now, granted, that's only with Skullbreaker, which takes a Valor point. So I gotta remember that. Those are only Valor point situations. All of them are 1 Valor point, so it's not like 1. I don't like losing the Constitution for you. I think we're gonna go with Takedown. I think this, well, I mean, I'm 50-50 on these ones. I'm going to take Bruiser for when he hit heavily armored targets. Because right now, Conrite, when he hits a heavily armored target, basically cries himself to sleep. Just really cannot do much. Yeah, so that only helps with, yeah, so that only helps with Wrath. That doesn't help with your normal attacks. Because that's what we're not seeing as a good way to scale the damage here. Now, I can lean into the crit side of it, which is where Takedown would have come in. Increased skill damage based on dexterity and all that. So because of what it rolled, it seems like it rolls only certain ones. We're going to go ahead and give ourselves the crit damage. I'll repair everything. We'll heal everyone and get it out of here. We're going to have to save, so we're going to end up retreating here, whether I like it or not, because we just don't have this stuff. We got a bunch of sandstone and XP. Oh, complete a work of art. Complete the tombs. So the tombs are considered done. That's good. And you can't really look any farther than that. Alright, so what's going to end up happening is we are going to end up retreating out of here. Your last torch died. Your companions were hurt and rushed out of tomb. That was going to happen. I ran out of materials, but that's okay. What I'm going to do here is we're going to go ahead and rest. Unfortunately, it did damage all of my armor. I hadn't anticipated that to be quite that bad. Let's see. We still have lockpicks. We don't have torches and all that. That's fine. You're dealing with that. We don't need more happiness. We're maxed out. So all of you pop into here. Let's see how we have to deal with all that. Yeah, I don't know. So we need a lectern for all that. So let's check on our armor and all that because we have a lot of stuff that's gotten moved around. So you can now use this armor. So there you go. You've got yourself some better armor. You can't use the helmet. It's a heavy helmet. All these rags and that are junk. Has a chance to find sandstone when mining. Okay. Only scattered pieces of a small ancient object remain. A scholar could repair this. We'll have to see how that works. I'm assuming we'll end up having a like scrying bench or whatever it is, some type of bench that lets deal with stuff. Gotcha. So we can assign to reserve. All right. Yes, we don't have helmets or anything for you. I don't think we have anyone who can do heavy armor, right? Not the cutthroat, not the hunter. Maybe a spearman? No. Okay, so everyone's got stuff we just got to get rid of. So what I'm trying to figure out, though... Oh, don't do that. Oh, here we go. We can just click on repair itself. So repair you. Repair you. Repair you. And what are your injuries? Willpower reduced to half. You can no longer crit. You can no longer crit. Those are pretty terrible. I don't think they're the end of the world terrible, but they're pretty terrible. So what we want to do now is just get out of here. Alright, so we want to go through here and then go north. We're going to head towards town. Yeah, so I've got $405 coming my way. I've got enough wages for maybe two payments. Not quite. Yeah, so I'm going to cut across here. So basically we're going back to town. I really wish this, like, darkening around the edges... There's probably a setting to get rid of that. I'm definitely not a fan of that. What am I doing? That's fine, they're right past me. I should have caught them on the way by to sell a bunch of this, like, old armor we're not going to use anymore. Go ahead and work our way over here. But no, I definitely have been liking this. Of, like, all the tactical turn-based games we've done, like, I was going to say recently, but just broadly speaking, this has definitely been one of the ones I've gone better. Like, I've very much enjoyed it. Shouldn't say gone better. So if I switch you to blacksmith, you'll lose all the experience you've gained. That's kind of what I figured. So I don't need 2 scholars. You're at 14. You're at 19. Alright, so you're being moved over to being a blacksmith. Which is kind of what I figured, is trading professions, we lose XP. So he could get basic armor rags, which gives us a little bit more defense. It's going pretty good. We get the Targe, which would be a better shield. I think we're going to hold off on that. You don't lose the overall level, though? Gotcha.
You can use my anvil. I can also repair your armor. Oh, and I'm looking to hire a skilled blacksmith, if you happen to know one.
So sell that junk. We don't happen to have any of these. A sellable ruby. But just as a sellable item. 20 feels like not that great for that. Let's see, the dashed white line on the map, is that the current region? Yeah, that's a current region. You can cross into different regions. Yeah, so we got a bunch of flowers and all that. Got a little bit of medicine left. We got fragments of precious item. That helmet we'll want to keep for when we have someone who can use a heavy helmet, because that seems pretty strong. I guess the ruby is just literally something we sell. Like 20 is a decent amount of money. This is a trinket that I think we just sell it. And the rest, that's fine. Okay. And you don't have much I want. I probably should buy your raw materials, because you're getting kind of low on those. Yeah, no, that was the thing that made me like, oh, I'm gonna go ahead and sell it, was just the fact that said, you know, something you can sell. The only catch is if there'd be like someone special to buy it.
Our role as emissary. Here is your reward.
So we got our 405. Bring a message to the informant. Okay. There's a gang to be murdered. Okay.
I'm at your service, provided you pay me handsomely.
So you are a ranger blacksmith. We've already got a ranger.
Nothing scares me, and I'm a quick learner. You won't find a better companion.
All right. There's another archer.
I've had enough of my nightmare neighbors. Take me far away from here.
And our crossbowman. For right now, I don't want any of those people. Now, I could spend a bunch of renown to get some of these,
You. Yeah, you. You looking for work? I can give you tips and point you toward the best missions. The kind that pays much better than the measly rewards the Mercenary Guild has to offer.
All right. Those things you may buy, you can find without buying them. You mean these? The informations? Yeah, that's those kind of things. Like, because this one... Or no, sorry, this one we found the last time, because we did like a short, like, 2-hour run, and then we were like, okay, let's start over.
You'll then have to meet the client and meddle.
But yeah. So it seems like a way to, like, kind of bypass stuff.
It's not often you see new faces around here. Well, apart from the Edoranian war refugees, that is.
So we can learn recipes around cooking and brewing. Price temporarily reduced. Okay. Fine.
Feel free to come back often. There's always folk looking for work around here, especially since all the fighting started across the border.
All right. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, is we had the one quest where there's a guy chained up. That is unfortunate. Oh, good. They eventually go away. I was just sort of thinking, like, I got a lot of injured people here, and those bears have been wrecking my day anyways.
My concoctions can heal the most grievous injuries. Be sure to hold on to the vials after using them. There. I hope you will be more careful next time.
Oh, I won't. I very much won't. I think it's because we accepted that quest. Now the bears are just out and about doing their thing now. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can check our compendium. So I have a point to throw around, it looks like. Maybe. So I can learn the brew vat from the recipe. Alright, so for the quests, we have vanquishing the people down there. We might do that one because then we have the refugees past there and the rat infestation. So I believe... What direction was that? We want to go south. This way. I did not buy my food.
You touch it, you buy it.
Okay, haystack to serve as a makeshift bed for a companion, or a tasty snack for a pony. Decisions, decisions. Assign companion. Okay, and let's see here. Brewing vat. So we got a new profession of brewer. Okay. What good is the bounty if we can't get drunk? So yeah, we'll want to get the bounty stuff, or want to get that going. There was a lot of professions in this game. Way more professions than I anticipated. And it makes me curious, like, how many people you can get in your party. Like how much decision-making will there be? Alright. Corp. I'm finally starting to get a hang of being a thief. If ever I leave this group, I'll know how to make a living. Rejoice, you'll gain XP as a thief. Show off your skills in front of the group. You gain influence, but we gain fatigue. Celebrate your success. Gains relationship with the whole troop, and gains happiness. Well, we'll do the relationship. The happiness is just going to go to waste. But we'll do that. Relationship improved. I'm assuming the relationship stuff will become important in time. Make sure we're heading the right way. Yes, we are. Yeah, because we go that way. We also gained paths. We are getting to be famous. But enemies scale up as your parts. Oh, you can get as many as you want, but the enemies scale up. Alright, we're just going to run on over here.
You there! If you are so inclined, you could give us a hand. But if you're just loitering about, be on your way. We'll make do without you.
Okay, so attack. We are going to... So we either become incredibly wanted for no reward, or we can gain influence for attacking the bounty. Which I believe those are also the ones I need to kill for my quest. There's just the 3 of them? Okay, so there's 4. So yeah, you two can be over there to tie that up. Let's move Conrad over here. And let's move Luxray back. And the reason I'm thinking that is Luxray can't tie people up into combat. Whereas Conrad can. So let's move Conrad down there. But Conrad's just gonna rush in and start doing the punchy face thing. Yeah, we're not going to waste points yet. Actually, we're full, so just go for it. You almost finished him in one go. And just like that, Corp goes in and says, what if, like, multiple people died this turn? Don't shoot me in the back. Thank you. Okay, you start running forward. And you have to be in melee range. So, this is gonna take you a minute to get... Okay. Ah, that makes sense. Try and block the archer from taking advantage of that. You run you up here, it should tag you as surrounded. Trade unlocked. Glorious. Okay, so you won't be able to make that hit. Ow. So shoot Luxray. Thank you. So you survive by 1 hit point. Luxray's gonna pop over here and finish the job. And then we just shoot that one. Okay, shoot, and we win. That was an arrow, not a crossbow bolt, but okay. We got a lockpick, some better daggers, a better bow, some junk we don't care about. Repair all our armor. Alright, so let's go and deal with our equipment real fast. Because if we go to Corp right now is using a crappy shiv. So you're going to lose the ability to stab. Instead, you're going to get the ability to whirlwind for way more damage. So that'll be good there. And then we have the Raider's Bow, which you can go to use. So you just have Dexterity +2. So you can hit for 7 to 11. That's going to do 7 to 12. And does knockback. So, tiny little upgrade. But it is an upgrade nonetheless. So, save there. So, our next objectives are way down here. Oh, I think we already went to that salt mine. It's like, you can't be here. I was like, alright, fine. Or my choice is I could, like, threaten or attack him or whatever. Okay.
How could they? We didn't even put up a fight, and they still killed our precious Lucilla. Mad with grief, her father chased after them toward the mill. I hope he caught up with them. These thieves don't deserve to live.
Yeah, try not to spoil too much. Again, first time playing. Yep. Got goodies all around us. That is a lot of bandits. That is a lot of bandits. That is a lot of bandits. Okay. So, what I'm thinking, move Conrad over here. So I'm kind of thinking about trying to have this group push in to knock these ones out, so I'm fighting from one side as fast as we can. We chose the pirates. Let's not waste that here. Yeah, I think we'll just hold it there. This is what I was hoping, is that we can go right in here. Alright. I guess you're done with your turn. I was like, you're supposed to live with a little under half your health, but guess not. Never mind. Let's let a crit finish the job. Ow. Okay, meanwhile... Because if we run far enough back and making them waste all their turns just reaching us... Oh, I don't like that it lets you shoot when you're out of range. Because, like, when it highlights, like, oh, okay, I can hit it. It didn't hit because it lets you shoot out of range. Like, I can aim and shoot at that guy from this person who has no chance of hitting him. Okay, their archers are going to start getting in range and causing us grief soon. Alright. Hit you with the axe. I'll burn some points in a rampage. Cool. If the AoE don't check range, oh, that shot is an AoE. Gotcha. We're doing that for the surrounded bonus. Stop it. I'm moving over here to hopefully bait them into attacking. That way they hit Lux Ray in their armor and all that. So they don't pick on some of the people who are softened. If you could get one step farther, you could go ahead and get that bleed on you. Okay. Then shift you back away for a minute. Alright, so we got the 3 archers coming in. And we have the last archer down below. So before we worry about that, get you over here. I almost kind of wish there was, like, a defensive, like, there's defensive stance, but that's on your moves. Like, there was a, I don't have a thing to do, let me block. It's okay that it's not a mechanic in this game, but I find myself constantly being like, oh, I really wish I had that right now. Surround and engage them with 2 allies to get a bonus. That's fine. My plan is just to murder the crap out of them. Yeah, let's just take the safe one. Because otherwise we're probably going to take more armor damage and some wounds. Amazing hairbrush. Leaves your hair soft and silky. Them's the reals loot. Alright. So Harpooner. Piercing Throw deals 7 damage to all enemy units in the range. Herald, which gives 50% damage to all allies in the area, which is pretty good. Yeah, so that's one where we'd use Rallying Cry to boost everyone's damage for, like, the next go. Which could be very strong if we're grouped up. And then 7 damage to everything, and then giving them bleed. I think I'm gonna go for the Herald. Career plans, more strength, extra stabby. Good job. Oh, I should check the stats. Yeah, no, that was the one where you could, like, kind of brace and force the enemy to, like, pass through you. They get stopped. I could definitely see the utility of that. Alright. So let's get the upgraded tent as an option. Okay.
He killed everyone. A real madman. I'm injured. Help me.
I am highly suspicious. I have a feeling we're going to heal him and get attacked. And do it. Thank you. I still can't believe that Ricky used us as bait. He was the one to blame, not us.
If you hadn't killed that little girl to steal her necklace, her father wouldn't have fought back, and my friends would still be alive. Take me with you. I have a score to settle with that traitor.
Sure. It's probably not what I should have done, but okay. All right. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just make them have to redeem themselves through dealing with all the garbage. Every time this enemy turns, yeah, you'll be killing people. So extra damage from behinds. We'll go ahead and have you do the smoke screen. Okay. Also, before we forget, and go to you. Oh, can you, like, dual wield? Probably not. No, that's fine. Better than what you're wearing. What are you that's got a big crown over you? I'm assuming you're one, like, elite or whatever.
Lucilla, I have killed them all!
Luckily, he does seem chill about this for some reason. Okay, so we want to head east. All right. Congratulations. You are now our brewer. Got 2 for safeguarding, 1 for exploring. Yeah, now as a reminder, I do want to like kind of run into things and learn them as we go. I realize people are passionate about the game and all that, but like it is kind of important that we get to try things, make mistakes, get absolutely demolished. Because like for example with the bears, if people had like kept warning me, it's like, oh, those are way stronger than you expect them to be, I would have probably avoided them, and then we wouldn't have had the fun of the bears. So it's just kind of one of those things. Cherries. You're so here for your mistakes. That's honestly, it's one of the big fun parts of these kind of games. I mean, games in general. Games with the challenge. Is you do just run to those cases where it's just like, you don't know what you don't know. Like, the big ones are like, the biggest ones for that kind of thing is when you're playing games like, Subnautica and those ones. They kind of like, once you've played through it once, that's kind of it. There's no going back to the time you didn't know, and it never hits the same. Yep, so it looks like our happiness is fine. And all that stuff, we got a little bit of supplies. Your companions have become more experienced. You can now appoint one of them as a captain. I dare say I'm quite proud of myself. Some might even say that the troop can't do it without me. Brag. You become inspired. Oh, you gain the inspired status. You get 4 valor, but everyone hates you a little bit. We can celebrate, everyone gains a relationship, and you gain happiness that'll go to waste. You can daydream and relive a fit of daring do. That's a lot of XP. I do think we're going to keep building up the relationship. We gained that, so we're now sociable. We'll make friends easier. So a cooking pot requires us to get iron. So if we get coal, we can get a better campfire. Iron and coal are the big ones. I mean, it's probably just getting nearer to some of these mountains and all that. Oh, right. It did mention I could assign someone to be a captain. Clearly Cookie's gonna be our captain. Oh, you can! Okay. Alright, I was memeing, I wasn't okay, but apparently you can actually make the pony your captain. It increase our wages is the only thing it seems to imply. If we make Conrad our captain. Okay, so increases their wages. It doesn't really give me an idea of what making them the captain bid. Sure, we're gonna have our pugilist be our cap. Well, our bruiser is gonna be our captain. Not 100% clear on what that does. But okay.
We sell all our surplus to help with the cost of rebuilding this ruin.
Alright. But you might be selling your surplus, but I'm selling you junk I don't need. Alright, so we don't have a lot of money, so I'm going to hold off buying their stuff.
Ah, mercenaries. Just in the nick of time. Welcome to the Haven. My name is Fergus. I'm the former Lord Mayor of Courtier, and I now lead the refugees. As you have discovered, the locals haven't exactly welcomed us with open arms. I've therefore decided to move our people to this cold and isolated wasteland. But it seems that it's still not far enough for the Lady Mayoress of Stromcap. Take our woodcutter camp, for example. We need wood to fortify our new home and survive the winter months. But the local farmers have been harassing us ceaselessly. I fear the worst. We haven't heard from our woodcutters in several days. Hence, the reason for your presence here. This situation could be far too dangerous for the humble farmers we are. I need mercenaries to find out what happened to our men.
Sure.
Thank you. The woodcutters are just north of here.
I know that Fergus and the others are doing their best, but let's face it, we won't survive the winter months if we stay here.
And just always take the hemp. Alright. Okay. But first, we keep going east, because there be rats. You lose the animal's trail. Oh, okay, that was the animals we hunted forever ago, all those bears. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Give me all that sweet ore before we go poking the rats. Rat infestation. Your feet sink into some repulsive muck. The ground shudders. Rat infestation. Kill the matriarch to end the fight. At the end of each round, the matriarch calls numerous rats to help her. Try to store as many plague-infested outgrowths as possible for killing the matriarch for more rewards. So where is the matriarch? Oh. Then, well, that's... You're a cutie, you know that, right? Cutie patootie. Gotcha. And then going into the plague-infested outgrowth does happen to cause a bunch of poison stuff. And it was a... Or, actually... So that's a little annoying. Because combat hasn't started, I could still reposition my people. And yet we did get poisoned on the opener, even though we can still move with deployment. So it's kind of a BS thing there. It's not super BS, but kind of a BS thing. But you over here, for more range support on this side. Let's move you down here, because don't think... Yeah, so it seems like the idea is we'll take on more. So I think the idea... It's total BS. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just like... That's just not how it should work. So realistically, we're probably going to hit from this side. Alright. So I think what we do here is you can run in. How bold do we want to go with this? All right. If I'm going to do what I want to... we're going to go bold. Let's do it. Okay, so you actually don't have much life. I gotta keep remembering. Alright, so we can basically finish that thing off pretty much anytime we want. So, my assumption is, if I just outright kill you now, the rewards are going to be garbage. I was really expecting you to get stuck in there. You'll still get the bounty? Yeah, that's true. fever. Galvanized troops. It doesn't have guard, so I don't think we care about doing that. And that'll only be an extra 8 damage. Is your assumption is right though? It's kind of this kind of fight though. You want to draw out, maximize the rat killing and overgrowth killing. That's what I figured. It heavily implied that the idea was that. Honestly, what we probably would want to do is have all our melee people try and hold it down. That takes you down to 1 hit point. Yeah, I know I wasn't expecting the rats to be healed by the poison. Okay. Okay. Plague infected wound. That seems suboptimal. So how much do you respawn? Is it like 2 or 3, or is it... Oh, it's a lot. Okay, I see. Okay, now poison heals you by a lot as well. I think we just kill her and be done with it. I know the implication of plagues. I don't have a lot of AoE in my group. Let's have you move over here. Haunt her. Give her a smack. It's fine. Because a little worried when it's like plague infected rune and all that. I'm like, alright, I don't really know what plague does in this game. Plague ridden sample. So you have an injury, but I'm not getting a choice to think. Plague infected wound. This unit must be healed before the next rest, otherwise they will be infected. Ah. So that's probably not good. Because I don't know for certain, but I am under the vague impression that plague is bad. Next level unlocked. Oh. Okay, that gave us a lot more stuff. Okay, that's not... Okay. Just a scratch. Bears in the chart. Companions are less prone to being injured. Animal instincts. Animals have less reduced aggression and will back off easier. Troops eat less food. Purchase price of items from Tinker's Guild is 10% low. Purging rat nests also grants influence. Cost of upgrading a legendary weapon is reduced by 50%. Torches last longer when lit up. So the wound or the food would be probably the better ones. We'll do the wound, because that's just chewing up medicine. Alright. No, I'm assuming because there's been bottles of plague cure that I've seen a number of times. I'm assuming I'm going to need one of those bottles of plague cure. The problem is we are going to need to rest soon, and I don't think I can get anywhere. And that's kind of the curiosity of, like, how plague works in this game.
We sell all our surplus to help with the cost of rebuilding this ruin.
Well, that's unfortunate. I was really hoping you had plague cure. Because I know we have the town way up there. That's the place I remember seeing the plague cure. Yeah, but that's just, that'd be the lesson for the future, is that we don't hunt rats without plague cure. Now, if we're lucky, we might be able to find a trade caravan with it.
Are you bandits? We have nothing. We are only refugees fleeing the Edirene.
Now, it could be we get infected, and then we can take the plague cure. Either way, we're dropping what we're doing and beelining back home. And we are doing the limited saves, so I can only keep one save going. So I can't give myself a rollback point to before the plague rats. Alright, that's it. We're too tired. We'll potentially die if we keep going. Alright. We could do a cooking bot, a strategy table. Devise a combat strategy to defeat your opponents. High-ranking champ generates extra valor with each one. We can upgrade our workshop to be able to do more. The cooking will also reduce stuff, so let's do the cooking, I think. That'll be another one that I'll end up needing, I'll need someone to become a cook. That'll just be something on the list. That's not what I wanted to do. I probably can't do more because we need... Oh, we can do the strategy table. Okay, so a high-ranking companion assigned. Oh, I see. All right. Some companions are now plague-ridden because of their plague-infected wound was left unhealed. Perp calm. Alright. Learn more things here. I can feel it inside me. The illness will take over. As soon as they run out of meat, I'll go mad. I've seen it happen to the infected. I'll not end this way. Curl up in a ball and cry. We lose some valor and happiness. Give crowns so that the group can buy the cure. A bunch of happiness. Convince others that this is an emergency. You choose one so often in real life? Yeah. I'm gonna go with the losing relationship with the whole troop. It seems like I got lots of opportunities to deal with that. So let's go get the plague cure. Because we saw that over here. It's gonna cost us a mint. But at the same time, we probably have a mint. Alright. Plague cure, let's talk.
My concoctions can heal the most grievous injuries. Be sure to hold on to the vials after using them.
Okay. There you go. So you're all better. It's not that bad. That was kind of the question. It's like, okay, but what happens here? We can go down here real fast. Get our money.
Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissaries is to ensure that here is your reward.
Okay, so we still have to kill those people. There's another squad of enemies. They're 3 times pottery and they'll pay good money. Wanted for a string of murders. I think that was the guy down there. I will get that on the queue. We'll see about if we're actually going to do it. Alright, so let's see who we have looming around here. We have a swordsman. We haven't seen a swordsman yet. And so they look like they have a AoE thing, so that's someone to consider. We've got a warrior, and we've got a ranger. What are our people? Our melee people. So the swordsman's an interesting one. We haven't seen one of those. I'm down to bring the swordsman on board.
I'd like to discover new places and travel the world.
Okay, so you're a bit pricey, but I can live with that. What about you? Yeah, so I think the warrior is what we've already got. Yeah, the warrior, we've already got one. So we don't want the warrior. But the swordsman's new stuff. So, the swordsman, gotcha. So you're the heavy armor. That's good, because I actually do have a heavy helmet that I don't have anyone to use. So, we have... The swordsman gains a bunch of constitution, and all the allies in the area we can burn a valor to reduce the damage they take. We've got fighter, which means they can use destabilizing strike, which basically reduces their guard to 0. And against constitution. Or we can go for laceration, deal 6 damage to all units in the area 2 times. So you do 12 damage to everyone around you. And it is usable, or it's usable after 2 attacks. Okay, so I have to hit, then we can do a big wombo combo. Protector is pretty strong. Like, if I'm up there with all of my team, we can drop Protector in the thick of it, which is where they're most likely going to be. Because the Sword Master, that basically means I'm probably looking at my 3rd turn to be able to use that. Yeah, no, 10 meters is pretty big. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for Protector. Alright. So, we can increase the damage of her cleave by 2. I'm going for that immediately. Meanwhile, let's go to you. And you now have a helmet. Nothing else worthwhile, but you now have a helmet. You're going to go to the market.
You touch it, you buy it.
Deal.
Those refugees. I understand there's a war in Edoran, but that doesn't mean they can just help themselves.
Okay, we've got a corresponding diet. Nothing is on sale. Alright, we got 7 days worth of food. Hit our piggy bank pretty hard. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Because unfortunately, chat, it is getting to be about that time. So I've actually enjoyed Wartales. I'm glad people enjoyed this. I was a little surprised when people were like, oh no, I want to see more of it. Like I said, a lot of times when I do the turn-based strategy games, it's usually only like half a stream or so, and then people are like, cool, like I like the idea of that game, or I don't like the idea of that game. Like, not that they wouldn't go and play a ton of it themselves, but sometimes these games can be pretty tough to stream just because of all that stuff. It definitely feels like, of the turn-based strategy games I've seen in a long time, I mean, honestly, of the turn-based strategy games, this might be the one I've enjoyed the most. And again, we were sponsored, that's not why I'm saying it. But I'm thinking back to like XCOM, and there's cool stuff you could do with XCOM, but it didn't have remotely as much depth going on. You had like the base building side of it, which there's more of that there. But as far as like the variation of units and leveling and then having kind of your split classes and all that, it feels like there's a lot more here. We have a lot more settings to start messing with stuff. I do wish for like the difficulty and survival difficulty, they gave us more granular, like by all means have it, but being like, hey, just so you know, this means you will get hungry or 50%, or you'll need 50% more food. Like, give me the actual number, because it's very hard to be like, oh, I want to do that, because it was like, oh yeah, you'll eat twice as much food. I'm like, that's obnoxious. No. And all that. So I wish we got a little bit more information, I guess I would say. But I've been enjoying the game. I like that there is different ways you can approach it. It does make me wonder, like, it's clearly based around the combat. Like, I'm not sure if you could do like a trader run or anything like that. It does feel like combat is kind of the main aspect, which is fine. It is a turn-based, tactical combat game. It'd be weird to just not do that. It low-key makes me feel like when you're playing Bannerlord, it kind of makes me wish Bannerlord, as far as dealing with like your interactions, is more like this. Not the actual combat, because like Bannerlord, the whole idea is the giant armies and all that. But like outside of the battle mechanic, I do wish like your hero units and all that, your captains and all that, were more like this. And as far as like the interactions with the towns were more like this. I understand this one has like a scripted story kind of thing, so if I go and I keep replaying, I will go to the same farm and experience the same thing, and I can just choose a diverting path. But like, you get into Bannerlord, like almost none of the town stuff you care about, because there's like a couple storylines you just see repeated a whole bunch of times. Which is, procedural generation and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I do really like where this is going. It is one of those things that makes me curious that as you work your way down the trees, like what kind of build you can put together. Could you make like a really tanky poison build so you can just, kind of dot someone up and just out endure them? And don't answer that. That's not actually a question. I also like this Valor system. I think the Valor system is a great way of giving you like these really juicy attacks. And so a lot of it's kind of setting up for the juicy attack. So I definitely like that as a mechanic instead of just the static, you have X number of action points per turn to use how you want to use them. That's fine. But I like the idea that you're like, oh, your people are doing these things, and because you have this setup, you get a I get to smash face point, and then you gotta decide where you want to smash face. And that taking care of your units means you get more smash face points. So I do really like that mechanic. I think that's extremely well done. But yeah, so I really like what they got there. Yeah, no, definitely. I'm not sure if I'll end up streaming more of this. I probably am gonna pick up the DLC while they're on sale. Because I'm curious now. I definitely could see myself playing a lot of this off stream. Now, with that said, if you're watching over on the YouTube, the stream will end abruptly for you because I do not have a host ready over there, but thank you so much for tuning in. For those over here on Twitch, don't forget to like the stream, follow the stream, like as